Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to meet you again. My name is Young Yang, journalist at KBS News. I'll be hosting this session. I'd like to welcome you to day 2 of 2020 KPF Journalism Conference. We encountered very passionate discussions and presentations yesterday, and there was a great, tremendous feedback from our audience online. Now we have 2 sessions today and also a special section on media startup cases. We thank all of the audience joining us through YouTube. We are streaming live via YouTube, and simultaneous interpretation for Korean English is being provided. So without further ado, we'll begin with session 3 of 2020 Journalism Conference. Session 3 deals with the topic of false information and fact check. It was to be moderated by Ms. Eun Young-jung, Director of SNU Fact Check Center at Seoul National University. She is currently the Director of SNU Fact Check Center and also works as a journalist mediator. She was also a journalist previously at 동아일보, and in 2005, she was awarded the Kwan-hun Journalist Award. So the first presenter for this session will join us through Zoom, Ms. Joan Donovan, Research Director of Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy of Harvard University. Dr. Donovan leads the field in examining Internet and technology studies, online extremism, media manipulation, and information campaigns. Dr. Donovan leads the Technology and Social Change Project, TASC. TASC explores how media manipulation is a means to control public conversation, derail democracy, and disrupt society. Prior to joining Harvard Kennedy School, Dr. Donovan was the research lead for Data and Society's Media Manipulation Initiative. Now, our second speaker will also be joining us online, Professor Mi Young-cha, who will be speaking on the topic of COVID-19 infodemics and fact check. Professor Cha is an associate professor in the School of Computing and adjunct professor in the Graduate School of Culture and Technology of Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST. She worked as a postdoc in Max Planck Institute for Software Systems and a visiting scholar in Facebook's data science team. Her field of interest include network science, computational social science, computation statistics, and social computing. According to Google Scholar, her research papers were cited for more than 14,600 times according to the index, and her ongoing research on data science and social media is getting international attention. The moderator for the session is Kyung-won Lee. Actually, the third presenter is Kyung-won Lee to be speaking on the topic of infodemic, emotional prevention, and fact check. She's a journalist at SBS. Mr. Kyung-won Lee has worked at SBS for the city desk, the political desk, and the investigative journalism desk, and is currently running the fact check segment. In 2020, he won the grand prize at Third Korea Fact Check Awards. He was awarded the Korean Broadcast of the Year 2013 and 2016. Now, after the presentations have been delivered, we'll have a panel discussion. I've invited Sir Jun-il Kim, CS of New Stuff, and Ms. Aran Park, Senior Researcher of Media Research Center, Korea Press Foundation. She was also a reporter at Joseon Daily. Kim Jun-il is the CEO of New Stuff, was a reporter of Gyeongyang newspaper, and studied journalism at the University of Oklahoma. And after the panel discussion, we will invite the audience for the discussion forum. So we all have the special guests up on here on stage. Now, Ms. Jung. I'm the moderator for session 3. I am the director of SNU Fact Check Center at SNU. Since the start of this year, the world is inundated with the shock of COVID-19, which is still ongoing even as we speak today. As the head of the WHO, COVID-19 is more than a pandemic. It is creating this phenomenon known as infodemic in the media environment. Those beloved citizens without any bad intent is spreading misleading information or misinformation. And also there's conspiracy theories as to health information being misused for ulterior motives. So with this serious situation in our journalist environment in the COVID-19 era, we have invited 3 presenters and panel discussants who are working hands-on on this topic. In order to react to misinformation on COVID-19 to produce an effective vaccine, there are a lot of issues that we have to heed to. The life cycle of a media manipulation campaign, we talked about Mr. John Donovan and Ms. Mi Young Cha. We talked about Infodemics and Fatpic. And also the third presenter, Mr. Kyung Wan Lee, who is checking facts on the front with regard to misinformation. Now, all of these presentations will help us gain insight in a more pragmatic dimension as to how to deal with misinformation in the world we live in today with COVID-19 present. Each presenter is given 25 minutes. That presentation will be followed by a panel discussion, which in turn will be followed by a discussion forum inviting the audience online as well. So without further ado, let us invite Ms. Joan Donovan, Research Director of Shorenstein Center on Media Politics and Public Policy. She'll be speaking on the Lifecycle Media Manipulation Campaign. Dr. Donovan, are you there?
멀리서 이번 행사에 참여해 주셔서
Thank you for joining us from a remote
I can hear
location.
you. 예. 멀리서
Thank you.
이번
Thank you so
행사에
much for having me. I know that my time is short, so I will go quickly and hopefully we can have a nice discussion. I am Joan Donovan, the Research Director at Harvard Kennedy School Shorenstein Center on Media Politics and Public Policy. And we recently released our major project that we've been working on for the past 2 years called the Media Manipulation Casebook. And within it, there's a theory methods package for people who study media manipulation, journalists who cover media manipulation, as well as all kinds of other people that have to deal with media manipulation and disinformation in their careers. One of the things that the casebook introduces is this life cycle model, and journalists will be probably familiar with a kind of story arc that we are proposing people use to document disinformation and media manipulation campaigns. When we say disinformation, we're referring to information that is intentionally false information that is shared for political ends. Misinformation means simply false information, but there's no intent. And we also study what we call media manipulation, which is other attempts to hijack public conversation and derail democracy. And so when we study media manipulation, we use this life cycle model where in the first stage, we look at when is a manipulation campaign being planned? What are the origins of a campaign? Then we go and we describe how the campaign spread across web and social media. From here, a media manipulation campaign is only successful really when others start to amplify it. So we look for, within a case study, responses by industry, activists, politicians, journalists, especially looking to try to understand what are the features that make this media manipulation campaign actually newsworthy. From there, we look at attempts to mitigate media manipulation in action. So this could be, for instance, a journalist writing a debunk story, a platform company deciding to remove an account or content. We saw several instances of platform companies down-ranking content, especially once it's been fact-checked. It becomes, it goes into a mode of reduced sharing on Facebook. So we call that stage 4 mitigation. And then lastly, if a campaign has been successfully mitigated, And sometimes if a campaign has done very well, we will see adaptation by campaign manipulators. And so for us, we try to tell all 5 elements of the story. Of course, most case studies, we find out about them once a certain newsworthy individual starts tweeting about them or becomes part of the story. But when we tell a case study and we write up a case study, which you can look at, we just published 14 of them on mediamanipulation.org, you can see that we try to tell the entire story through this model. And what it does is it really helps people understand what are some of the features and the patterns of behavior that allow for successful media manipulation campaigns, especially as we are, at least in the US, in an election season, but that's not going to be unfamiliar to everybody else who lives in a democracy where during heightened attention to very specific issues, we do see quite a bit of media manipulation. Of course, the pandemic has introduced an even more difficult hurdle to our information ecosystem, in the sense that we did see an immense amount, or an incredible amount, of hoaxes and grift and people trying to profit off of coronavirus. We saw over 100,000 domains be registered with COVID-19 or coronavirus as part of the URL. And what that shows us is that in moments of heightened crisis, we will see increased not only attention to certain issues, but also increased attempts to manipulate the public. Recently, last week, I spoke in front of the US Congress at a hearing on misinformation, conspiracy theories, and infodemics. It was called Challenges and Opportunities for Stopping the Spread Online. And what was important about this committee hearing is the panel was asked to comment on the current state of social media and the relationship between misinformation and conspiracy. And so one of the big questions I posed in my testimony was, who pays for misinformation? It's not necessarily the case that misinformation doesn't have broad social impacts. It's exactly the opposite, which is to say that misinformation harms and poses an undue burden for certain other institutions. Of course, today we're talking about journalists. And journalists pay a very high price for media manipulation and misinformation because their entire field is threatened by it. There's also a heavy reliance on the industry of fact-checking, which it doesn't have enough resources to cover all of the manipulation that is happening. The second group that we look a lot at in terms of who pays for misinformation, especially during a pandemic, are public health professionals, our doctors, frontline staff. They are being asked questions that are based on conspiracy theories, based on what they're seeing online, junk news, fake cures, and their doctors are now spending an inordinate amount of time having to answer those questions. The third group of people we see dealing with misinformation and paying a heavy price for it are civil society leaders. These are people who are tasked with giving information to the public, especially right now in the US, as we have a lot of civil society groups that are only goal is to get people to talk about and think about voting, not in a partisan way, but as a courtesy and as civic participation. And many of those groups are being attacked and having to deal with misinformation, and that is getting in the way of people finding out, what the process for voting is going to be. And then lastly, another group that really has had to clean up quite a bit of mess related to unmoderated misinformation online is law enforcement. And so we as a research team are trying to understand what are the true costs of misinformation and who pays that price. On the casebook, I'm going to present now 4 examples from the casebook just to give you a sense of what it is that I'm talking about when I'm referencing case studies on misinformation. For example, one of the case studies has to do with misidentification during a mass shooting event, where a group of trolls online were posting on an anonymous message board and were trying to trick journalists into covering the story to say that the shooter in the Parkland High School event was also a militia member, was also a member of this group called the Republic of Florida. And they were successful in getting journalists to write hundreds of articles that claimed that this person was a militia member and a white supremacist when there was no evidence that he was. It was a hoax. And as a result, you have journalists wasting time and resources and even public attention on this issue. And eventually they had to print several debunks, several hundred debunks and corrections had to happen. And so when social media companies are not attuned to the way in which news is being spread on their platforms, journalists end up paying an undue price because they often are the targets of media manipulation campaigns and have to spend some time unraveling these investigations online, and then their newsrooms suffer for it because that's time and money spent they could have been doing some other kind of story. When it comes to public health professionals, the problem is rather new. In the US, we've had many different issues related to anti-vaccination activists, so people who are vehemently against pharmaceuticals in some cases, but mostly against the notion that there would be a mandatory vaccine. There was a video circulated called, quote unquote, the Plandemic. And in this video, there were many claims made related to medical misinformation, specifically about masks and about the coming vaccine. And the makers of this movie knew that platform companies were going to take it down. So they created a website, and on the website provided instructions for distributed amplification, where people were encouraged to download the video from the website and then re-upload it to their own personal social media accounts. And this resulted in thousands upon thousands of re-uploads of this movie, and posed a very particular problem for platforms. But public health professionals are the ones that have to answer for that kind of misinformation. Civil society is a really interesting way to, civil society leaders have a very interesting role that they can play in misinformation. For example, civil society leaders and organizations are highly trusted, and their audiences look to them to tell the truth. And as a result, when they are targeted for misinformation, it can become much more difficult to figure out what is true and what isn't true, especially when we have different groups of imposters and operatives that are working to, that are pretending to be, in this case, Black people online. And they're using what we call the butterfly attack, which is they're mimicking the patterns of behavior of different social groups, in this case of Black Americans, in order to gain legitimacy for their campaign. And so the way that civil society has to combat this is very difficult because first they have to be able to detect the campaign, then they have to be able to vet that these people aren't who they say they are, and they don't have the same kind of megaphone or amplification power that journalists do. So they often have to flag a journalist to get them to cover the story. So civil society is at a big disadvantage when it comes to media manipulation and disinformation. But my research team has been thinking a lot about these issues, and on mediamanipulation.org, we have a piece of research about how civil society can combat media manipulation without amplifying it. And then lastly, as I was saying, law enforcement really have a lot of work to do. So simultaneously, while there was the Republic of Florida hoax that I spoke about earlier, where they misidentified the shooter as a white supremacist, another campaign was going on at the same time to misidentify the shooter so as to promote this one internet comedian who was really trying to get media to make a false identification. And when that happens, it's not just journalists that suffer. When a breaking news event happens, law enforcement are also online looking for clues, looking for information. And when a suspect gets named, law enforcement are doing what journalists are doing. They're searching through social media. They're trying to find clues to this person's existence. And in this case, they were also looking for possibly even a shooter that didn't exist. This person was not the right identification. Recently, we've been having several other issues with this related to false rumors that in one instance a few weeks ago during California wildfires, we had a very large rumor going around that anarchists were setting the fires, and people were refusing to leave their homes even under evacuation orders because they believed that these groups of arsonists were going to set their houses on fire. But there were no such arsonists, and the claim was completely false, but it was posing an immense problem for law enforcement. So I just want to close by saying I recently wrote a piece for MIT Tech Review where I compare misinformation to secondhand smoke. And I say that because secondhand smoke is considered a public health issue, whereas smoking itself is considered an individual choice. And so I say, like secondhand smoke, misinformation damages the quality of public life. Every conspiracy theory, every propaganda or disinformation campaign affects people, and the expense of not responding can grow exponentially over time. Since the 2016 US election, newsrooms, technology companies, civil society organizations, politicians, educators, and researchers have been working to quarantine the viral spread of disinformation. The true costs have been passed on to them and to the everyday folks who rely on social media to get news and information. I just want to acknowledge my research team, Brian Friedberg, Gabby Lim, Emily Dreyfus, Rob Ferris, Nicole Lever, and Jen Nilsson for their help with the research over the past several years. And it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you.
네, 도노van 박사님 정말 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Joanne Donovan. What kind of damages are sustained by the society because of disinformation? The law enforcement, civil society, public health officials, and even journalists. You have talked about that, and that was quite impressive. And also impressive were your closing remarks, comparing disinformation and media manipulation to secondhand smoke. So I have some YouTubers who have directed questions to you. Joanne Donovan will not be able to stay with us till the very end of the session, so we will direct the questions that to you right now so that we can let you go. Okay, so the first question. Okay, I'll ask the questions. You have a very interesting research going on about the life cycle and the stages of the life cycle of disinformation and media manipulation. What are your plans for related follow-up research?
It's
because it was
a
very
great
interesting.
question. I appreciate we just released this rather large casebook. So we have two goals in mind with this casebook. One is we want to be able to do responsive but rigorous research. So we're inviting collaboration. So we're asking other researchers to come in and write cases with us. We're especially interested in international cases because I think we have a lot to learn from places outside of the US, especially as it has to do with mitigation and the ways in which all of you journalists and others are able to stop the spread of misinformation. So we're going to be doing some educational work as well as collaborations. And then we're also doing right now, the entire team is doing work on elections. There has been an inordinate amount of disinformation campaigns that have happened just this month. It's going to take us a while to parse through all the data and make sense of them. As you know, it's quite polarizing over here, and so everything feels like it matters some more. And then the last thing I'll say that we're doing is we're taking up a fairly significant research project on the QAnon conspiracy because it's a really interesting networked phenomena that's been going on for years. And we want to understand more about how that came together and the resiliency of that network, even as platform companies are trying to remove it. These groups are really able to adapt and come back online and assume new forms. And so for us, that's a very interesting puzzle.
Yes, very interesting and very attractive topics that you are continuing to research. And I hope that there will be research teams in Korea who can join you. I think international collaboration is very much needed in this time and age. And I think in the under the Trump administration, because of during the presidential election, the last presidential election, the term post fake news and post truth has been coined, and I think the situation will be even worse in the upcoming presidential election. And so I hope that your research can be a beacon of light to shine the way forward. When it comes to conspiracies and research of conspiracies, I think conspiracies are on another level compared to disinformation or media manipulation, because it is very much much better crafted storytelling, and so we need a much more better crafted response to conspiracy. So we anticipate a lot from your research. So if there are no further questions, although we are reluctant to let you go, I think we will have to say goodbye here. Or do you have any last remarks that you want to share with us before you go?
Yeah, just a last remark about very much agreed and hoping that people from the conference will reach out to us at manipulation@hks.harvard.edu for ideas. And the other thing is, I think you're right that something about conspiracies, the way in which they're told, we're going to have, it's going to be a long research project, but I'm hoping that it's fruitful because I think the way in which lies have been able to really take over our information ecosystem, that is what we need to reckon with. And from my team, we consider our work to be advocacy for the truth, and we're gonna stay the course. So thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here, and I really appreciate everybody letting me duck out a little early. It's very late for me here.
네, 도노원 박사님. 무엇보다도
The SNU Fact Check Center, I hope that my center will be able to work with you too in the future. Thank you very much and have a good night. Goodbye.
So with that, I'd like to invite our next professor. Professor Mi Young-cha to present on COVID-19 infodemics and fact check. Good morning, Professor Cha. It's unfortunate that we're not able to see you in person, but still very pleased to see you online. Could you begin with your presentation, please? Good morning. I'm a professor of computer science at KAIST. I'd like to cover infodemics and fact checks in the COVID-19 era because we have a relevant research project uh, undertaken at this point. So I'd like to highlight some important details and food for thought on this project. Over the past few months, you probably heard this news every single day with regard to COVID-19. There's a lot of information, data thrown to you, but some of that included fake news. I'm sure you've heard these rumors that if you drink strong alcohol, that would kill the COVID virus, coronavirus inside your bodies. Of course, we use alcohol to disinfect surfaces of our environment, but it will not kill the virus inside your body by drinking alcohol. That is indeed, for sure, fake news. And this fake news, it spread to other countries like Vietnam and Iran. And these are countries that do not drink alcohol, and they started drinking alcohol, creating severe problems. And there are cases in which some took in methanol and led to deaths of hundreds of people. And the second rumor that was false had to do with hair dryers. That if you use the hot air of hair dryers to disinfect your clothes or even your body, it could kill the virus. But you have to be very careful because it could lead to serious burning. It's a very dangerous rumor. And also, if you stop breathing or hold your breath for about 10 seconds, that could also help with the coronavirus. And some people also tried smelling the scent of onions. So there are all of these fake rumors and news that are very misleading the public. And if one were to follow these fake rumors, then one would be remiss in abiding by the real important preventive measures against the COVID-19. So there is tremendous harm generated from this fake news that appeared to be interesting at first, but because they had inherent danger. Now, if you look at the fake news, there are some common elements. In Korea, for example, compared to other countries, COVID-19 came into our borders earlier than many other regions, and fake news that were been generating in Korea were already spreading in China, and much of that has already been completed in terms of fact check. Yet, despite that, it's spread as fake news here in Korea. So we took immediate action to check the factual elements of those rumors, and that again spread to other regions, other countries of the world, being translated in those respective countries, and it repeated themselves as fake news spreading across the globe. And there are some regional fake news that weren't spreading globally, remain within local boundaries. For example, there was not good to be a lockdown in Beijing because that wasn't really relevant to other countries. And also local herbs like turmeric. It wasn't really relevant to other regions, so that remained the borders. And another fake rumor that spread within China was that fireworks were able to kill the coronavirus. So the fake news that would spread to other countries were translated into respective countries and really took on a global scale, but also there were fake news that remained within local boundaries. So if that's the case, I felt that there is a possibility of retaining or preventing the further spread of such fake news. So we began this research. And we were aware of the term infodemic, which is a combination of information and epidemic. This rose because there's true information and fake information online to really tremendous inordinate volumes, and users are unable to accurately discern whether data or news is real, truthful, or fake. If they're coexisting like this, how would one be able to determine this? And this coronavirus is new to humanity, and there's a lot that humanity is unaware of, and there's not insufficient information for us to make any concrete decisions. So if you look at some of the news out there, there's a lot of harm coming from infodemics. For example, here in Korea, a leading case had to do with the saltwater disinfection. In a church, the congregation was sprayed with salt water in their mouths. And in this case alone, there were dozens of people who were infected with the coronavirus. And also the methanol case, there are hundreds of people that died globally because of consumption of methanol. And people started stockpiling because of the corona epidemic, and there was some theft incidents in which they stole tremendous amount of toilet paper as part of a stockpiling rush. So in dealing with infodemic, there are a lot of preemptive efforts that we can take. There, as a scientist doing research on fake news, I looked into how we could discern fake from truthful news. Well, first of all, we'll have to carry out immediate diagnosis to discern truthful and fake news. Now, when one receives news via a mobile phone, for an average individual, it's difficult to distinguish whether it is fake or true. But the way in which the two spread show different patterns. As you can see on this slide, they exhibit different formats. So the form of the network as the news spreads from person to person, through which people the news goes through. What are some other responses and feedback coming from this? With this structure, there's an 80% probability that this news is likely to be fake. So this diagram we refer to quite often as part of our fact check process to discern whether the news is fake or truthful. And second, an organization with authority should take immediate action against rumors. There is a golden time, so to speak, for rumors. So from the very outset, news should be taken with a grain of salt. Yet it's new, shocking, novel information that draws a lot of attention from the public. So it starts to spread. So unless you try to control that from the very beginning, it'll be very difficult to contain news that are already in full acceleration of spreading. So it's very important for the organizations with authority to take immediate action at the very outset when rumors start to spread. And I believe that the Korean society is doing a very good job here. The hairdryer rumor, for example, the authorities reacted and verified the authenticity of this news within the first 6 hours. And there are multiple organizations that access this fact-checked information and was able to successfully disseminate this news as correct or incorrect news via journalist articles. And with regard to masks, some channels say that masks are effective. They are not. So if you are not aligned in terms of accurate diagnosis, the rumor can never come to an end. It'll spread forever throughout the society. And also important to show that a certain rumor or data has completed the fact check process. And this is a study conducted by Facebook. A Facebook posting is shared on network in this format. The blue dots are people, and when somebody takes that to spread it to other people, that forms a line. And when it is shared, someone would add a post a comment that this news is fake news that's gone through verification. So if that's been completed, the dot becomes red. And you notice that once it becomes red, there are no further networks that are added onto this. So once somebody conducts a fact check on a certain news or data, there's smaller chance of that particular data or news to further spread online. So conducting fact checks on news is important, but as important is to let the public know that fact check has been completed on a certain piece of rumor or news. So that record has to be seen in order for the next person to not spread the news. So it's an ever evolving and continuous process. And taking a look at existing research in terms of potential solutions that they suggest, we find a common denominator that they should not miss the golden time. And AI and big data can prove to be very effective and helpful. And authorities should respond at the very outset very quickly. And we also have to notify the public that fact check procedures have been undertaken. So it may be a tedious job, but it has to be done. And taking a step further, if a rumor has been generated, it's very difficult to contain that from spreading. Like this confirmation virus that exists, so it's very difficult to change the minds or thoughts of people once the rumors have spread already. So we have to carry out fact-checked verifications from other countries and notify the public of that in order to effectively respond to adverse spread of rumors. So it's important to be quick and to be preemptive in the process. Okay, putting all of these together, at the height of COVID-19, early March and following weeks, we launched a campaign known as Facts Before Rumors. So our organization, the professors at Ewha Women's University, and also the faculty at KAIST and members in our overseas organizations, we did a joint campaign initiative, and I'll show you a short video clip. So facts before rumors was the essence of our campaign. You just saw a short video clip of that. The essence of this campaign is this: the fact-checked information, the good information. We find a lot of that here in Korea, but in other countries like those in Africa, even before fact check, the rumors would spread quickly and people would start believing the rumors even before the facts have been checked, and continue that would become very difficult. So we were limited in terms of resources when we began this campaign, but we were supported by many different people. There were voluntary translators who came together online to volunteer to translate the relevant material in about 20 languages and spread it through social media and also via email. And in the end, 50,000 people received this message. And we were able to ask this person as to whether certain rumors were heard or transferred to them, and we were able to transmit this to 20 different countries and 20 different languages in 151 countries. So It was very rewarding that this campaign was helpful to different people across the globe, and they felt that infodemics is an important topic that should be aware of, and the data and the insight that we got from this campaign, I'd like to share with you. I mentioned that there are 151 countries. We didn't analyze each and every one of these countries, but those countries in which more than 50 people answered to our survey, we conducted an analysis because it was difficult to make any conclusions as to whether a pattern exists if the people who participate falls under 50. Okay, so that amounted to about 40 some countries, and the first finding is as follows. As you can see in this chart, these are different countries in the bottom. As you go to the right, it's high GDP countries, and as you go left, it's a low GDP per capita country. This is a question that we posed. We showed them, well, first of all, 11 different rumors and asked these people whether they have seen these claims and how many. And as you go towards the left, towards the developing countries, the number of people who answer that they've seen these claims goes up. And as you go to the advanced markets, the numbers go down. In other words, the developing countries with weak infrastructure is highly exposed to infodemics on top of the harms of COVID-19. So they are facing this twin challenge of COVID-19 and fake news as a part of infodemics. So there were 11 different types of fake news that we asked about, and the scatter chart indicates to what extent the fake news has spread in different regions. This is a by-continent analysis. There are 11 different claims that were studied, and the red color here indicates what percentage of the people saw this rumor, and what percent of the people saw the fact checks on that particular rumor. Now the spider chart, the red part is actually twice as big as the green part. In other words, those exposed to infodemics were twice as large as those who did not. In other words, those who were exposed, so this means that they read fake news without having that fake news checked for facts. Now, there was rumors about the climate and weather that spread to the greatest extent that if the weather gets warmer, that COVID-19 will suppress, and malaria related drugs could also be utilized to control or contain or cure even COVID-19 symptoms. And there are a lot of other rumors concerning gargling now, that this would help in preventing COVID-19 infection. Now, this spread very quickly in the Middle East and Asia. About 80% of our survey participants answered that they'd seen this news, but only about 20 to 30% in the US and Canada saw this news. So some rumors and news that are easily bought or easily spread in certain regions do not spread so quickly in other parts of the world. And with regard to vaccines, the rumor was that if you get the vaccine injection, you will become infertile. That pharmacos are developing this to make money. It's not very effective. And also that there's a chip inside this that will be able to monitor each and every movement that you make. Now, this spread very quickly in countries in Africa, for example. However, in Asia, rumors on vaccines or 5G related rumors were not very popular. And perhaps people are injected with vaccines more frequently here in Asia, but there are other countries that do not take vaccines to a large proportion. So in those countries, you notice that these rumors on vaccines spread more quickly to broader areas. Now, the important impact of infodemic, we did a modeling using one variable. Okay, if a vaccine had been developed, if a vaccine is developed, would you be willing to be injected with it? Now, that was a dependent variable. Others were independent variables. And we saw the marginal effect as you go to the right. If there's more data, that means that the corresponding variable is positive in taking that vaccine. And on the other side, it means it's negative towards vaccine injections. And we saw a lot of interesting results that are embedded here. Let me just point out a few. Non-voluntary vaccines like flu vaccines, those who have taken those vaccines at least once in the past answer that they will be willing to take the COVID-19 vaccine once it is developed and marketed. So voluntary experience in taking vaccine shots was an important factor. So if you look at the red on the left and the right, as I said, the one on the left has to do with exposure to rumors on vaccine. So if the exposure was there, that people would answer that they would not be vaccinated. But if you saw the fact checked on the vaccines, then this line would go to the right. So the adverse exposure to infodemics, if there's also a corresponding exposure to fact check, it checks each other. It counterbalances, in other words, indicating that fact check is an important effective mechanism. And there are people who feel that COVID-19 is a real, genuine crisis. And there are those who feel that it's not that serious, it's nothing very different from the average or common cold. And those who feel the severity of COVID-19, their intent to be vaccinated was higher. And lastly, the most adverse effect on infodemic has not to do with the mere exposure to infodemics. Has to do with the degree to which infodemic was real to them, whether this claim is authentic. Those who answered yes said that that person would not be vaccinated, and the marginal effect, as you can see here, was skewed to the left. In other words, fact check could counterbalance the negative effects coming from infodemics. But if you already believe that fake news is credible, then those people have a higher chance of refusing to be vaccinated. So if all of the members of a society take the vaccines and practice social distancing as part of herd immunity, that would only be proof to be successful in terminating COVID-19. Otherwise, the disease transmission will not be terminated. So it's very important to take preemptive action in sending information on whether certain rumors or data or news have been fact-checked. So through this campaign, so it was a very brief campaign. We experienced a lot, and we were able to listen to diverse testimonies. And we saw a lot of participants joining us, leaving messages and feedbacks. We heard responses from teachers and students and thanked us for translating into their local languages and said that they want to contribute to the campaign as well. So we heard a lot of positive responses and feedback. So this pandemic or similar pandemics are always likely to occur. So we're able to gain insight from this campaign on how to react to future potential pandemics if and when they do occur. Okay, as for further details as to how this was translated into 20 languages and what sort of data was collected how, please refer to this site. There's a web address here, ibs.re.kr/FBR. And there's also a QR code reader here, so please log on for further details. Thank you for listening. I'll look forward to questions at the live discussion forum. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Mi Young Cha, thank you very much for that. Well, doing research and campaigns at the same time is very, very different, and you're doing this while helping our society at large at the same time as well, and being able to extract very meaningful findings is very impressive.
이제 어느 시점에 우리가 허위 정보를 막기 위해서 개입할 수 있느냐라는
The time of intervention
등장하는가라는 것과
as to
굉장히
prevent the further spread of false rumors is very important, as was mentioned by Professor Cha. And this pace or timing of spread of rumors differs from country to country, and fact check can counterbalance the negative effects of infodemics. Now, that was a very positive dimension to this. So we will engage Professor Cha later on during the Q&A session. Now, with that, we'd like to move on to the third presenter,
주제로 발표해 주시기
Mr. Kyung-won Lee. Infodemic emotional prevention and fact check is the topic of his presentation.
Well, actually, I wanted to take notes and prepare for my presentation while the first two presentations were going on, but the first two presentations were so interesting that I forgot to prepare. I will be making the presentation. My name is Lee Kyung-won. I'm from SBS, and SBS has been running this program, The Fact Is, and I was in charge of checking out the false facts or false information. And in that process, I learned a lot and I felt a lot, and I want to share that with you today. And the title of my presentation is Infodemic, Emotional Prevention and Fact Check. As you know, the coronavirus has become a serious threat to lives around the globe, and our norms were disrupted, our everyday lives were disrupted, and it was an unprecedented tragedy. And it was not just a virus that was spreading. So it was not just a pandemic of the virus, but it was also an infodemic, false information, disinformation, rumors, ungrounded rumors. They spread as quickly as the virus, and then it magnified panic, and it led to a lot of negative emotions. And it was because of this fear, the infodemics fed on this fear and continued to spread. And so people were very anxious because we could be infected without our knowing it, and there was no vaccine available yet, and so the panic continued to increase. And so fact check is something that was very much needed, and this vicious cycle of fear feeding on the infodemics feeding on fear to create even more fear. And so in this vicious cycle, I thought that we thought that the fact check journalism had to cut away this vicious cycle, and we thought that we had to respond to and be on the front lines for emotional prevention, not just to fight infection or fight disinformation, but also fight the emotional crisis. And our self-assessment is that we have done quite a lot, and that we have succeeded somewhat. And so we have been focusing in the Fact Is team on disinformation, and we have categorized disinformation as exaggeration of risks and dangers, exaggeration and the spread of false medical information, and third, the aggravation of hatred. Fact check regarding coronavirus is more difficult than any other job because it is a novel virus and it was unprecedented. And we started our task when the infections were just starting out, and the medical research on this virus was just starting out. So we had no experts, not enough experts to turn to, so it was very difficult because even the experts were not very knowledgeable. They could not be considered like authorities because the research had just started. So compared to the virus, of this MERS or SARS, that it was quite similar. This novel coronavirus is similar. That was the answer we got even from the experts. And so the preventive measures that were applicable during the MERS and SARS outbreaks would be similar to the prevention methods for this time round. So even the experts were making assumptions, so that was a risk we had to take. If there are, well, actually, normally we will not do fact check based on unverified, not completely verified information. But we had no choice. So everyone was asking for fact check on things related to the coronavirus because misinformation or lack of knowledge would fuel panic. So we needed to put out that fire and take away that fuel. And so any misinformation or media false information had to be screened out. And although I don't like the term fake news. When fake news is spreading, the only thing that we can do is to turn to the experts, the scientists. I'm not a scientist by training, but we had to turn to the scientists, even though the scientists did not have perfect knowledge. And so it would not be possible, it would be quite impossible to completely verify all the facts, but then we will do our best to do a fact check to the best of our ability and as close to perfect as possible. So with that principle in mind, we started fact check on the coronavirus, and now I'd like to share with you some cases. First of all is in February when there was false information that disinfection of places that had been visited by infected patients was useless, that it was not complete. Because the coronavirus, if once it comes out of the body of the infected patient, it can survive outside the body, outside the host for 5 years, 5 days. And this was a document from China that was translated and quickly spread in Korea. Back then, because of the coronavirus and disease control measures, the shopkeepers, restaurant owners were having a really hard time. And so the core aim of our fact check team was to check on this fact first, to minimize any errors in the statement, because research was still going on, and so there was no conclusive evidence. And so the maximum that we could do was to increase the pool of experts and scientists that we could consult with. Make it as big as possible. Make that pool as big as possible. Most of the time, usually the news people, journalists, would have a pool made up of epidemiology specialists most of the time. And you would get quotes from such epidemiologists or quotes or interview them. But then we thought that this was not enough. So we thought that to minimize uncertainty, we maximize the pool of scientists and experts that we could consult, veterinarians, and even pharmacologists. And so we went to such people. We broadened the scope of expertise to consult with. And then we got their comments, and then any parts that overlapped, we took them out, and we wrote an article on that. And the maximum time that the coronavirus can survive outside the host was 24 hours, not 5 days. So the opinions that we asked of all the specialists that we had interviewed, they all agreed that the coronavirus could not survive. The coronavirus could not survive more than 24 hours outside the host. So if we did not have an agreement and we could not find be sure of any facts, then we would just honestly say we don't know. We couldn't check out the facts. So that was the case when it came to asymptomatic infection. Because although I'm not an expert, I thought that reasonably, if you don't have symptoms, then you won't be coughing, and if you're not coughing, then there will be no droplets or sprays of the virus coming out of you. Then you cannot infect other people, right? But so I contacted some of the professionals, and the professional said, of course, agreed with me that asymptomatic people could not infect other people. And so we had even produced news on that. And we were ready to release that news or air that news. But then someone gave us the advice that we should hold it for a while, because because the virus is spreading so fast that sometimes that we suspected that even asymptomatic patients could infect other people. And so we listened to that advice, and so we held on to that, and sure enough, there were actual cases soon afterwards that asymptomatic patients could still infect other people. So I almost became the spreader of misinformation inadvertently, and that would have been a shame for me. It would have been a disgrace for me, and also a disgrace for journalism. And so it was a very, very close call. So even though I had consulted with professionals and the professional had confirmed the fact, we still held on to it, and so we were saved from disgrace from there. And so the person who gave us that advice about holding on to that news that asymptomatic patients were not infectious, that came from journalists. So if you have been a journalist for a long time, sometimes you get intuitive feelings, and that could be, sometimes as useful as professional advice. So I think the best way to go, if you are not able to really find out the truth, is to say, I don't know. Honestly say, I don't know, that it is still uncertain and it is impossible to check the facts. And also, one more important thing is to cite your sources. So you have to tell the public what you went through, the process that you went through to check out the facts, the people you interviewed, and you have to name your sources. That would be the best way to go. So fact checkers need the courage to be able to admit their own imperfections. I believe that this is the case. So we were imperfect. And even the experts, the specialists, could not say anything for sure. So even they were imperfect. So as a non-specialist, as a non-expert, I was even more imperfect. So that is why all the more we have to name our sources, the people, the experts that we had interviewed. Like in the previous case where I showed you how we had a page naming all the specialists that we had interviewed, and that will become the basics. So this kind of uncertainty and imperfection, we have to share that among journalists of different media companies. Even judges, they reference cases before they write their adjudication and reach a ruling. In the same way, fact checkers have to do the same. A fact checker in one media company will have to should be referencing the methods and the processes of fact checkers in other media companies, fellow journalists. And in that way, we can slowly go closer to the truth, to real facts. So fact check could be like a very high wall. And that is left blank, and we don't know the features of this wall. And so if we collaborate with fellow journalists from other media companies and with authorities and public agencies, we'll be able to have an inkling of and also to shed light on this wall. And I think this kind of collaboration and focus on public interest is very important. Let me show you a case to prove this. There was a rumor back in February that the Daegu, which was an epicenter for the first wave of the pandemic, there was a rumor that only one epidemiologist was resident in Daegu, and this was spread maliciously by an expert. And so we thought that it was urgent to start fact-checking on this. This was on the 21st of February, and we wondered how we should be going about this. Actually, epidemiologists are dispatched by the CDC, and we thought that we could contact them. But anyone who has called up the CDC would know how busy they are because of disease prevention and control. They are so busy that it is almost impossible to hold on to such people over the phone. And we thought that taking their time would be like an obstacle to effective infection prevention. So we thought of other ways. And so what we did was go around this and call up other local governments besides Daegu to see how many epidemiologists other cities had. And so our team went on this, and we cross-checked with one another, and we got this list of people of all the cities, and we showed that this was not just a problem with Daegu. All other cities, other than Daegu, had also had only one epidemiologist. So Daegu having just one epidemiologist was not that much a big problem. And I felt that this task was quite rewarding, because we were able to provide the facts and knowledge to dissipate misunderstandings. And there was another case where through SNS, people in the neighborhood, if they see someone wearing all the protective gear and going around in that neighborhood, they would assume that in the neighborhood there was a new infected case, and because of that, because of panic, they would spread rumors over the SNS, and so. We wanted to check the facts. If there is such people with protective gear moving around, does that mean that someone with there is an infected patient in the neighborhood? And so we to to do the fact check, we called up the fire department, and the fire department confirmed that this was the regulations. According to the manual, we were told by the fire department that they were just taking precautions. So even if there was no infected patient, just to be on the safe side, they were all firemen were all. Or rescue workers were all told to wear their protective gear. And so we were able to tell the public that rescue workers wearing protective gear does not equal infections in the neighborhood. And actually, and I feel a bit ashamed when I am delivering news. When I'm doing a fact check, because my pride could be hurt, because I am picking up the leftovers of other journalists and doing fact check on that. And I kept focusing not on my pride, but the importance of collaboration, especially when it comes to fact checking. There was another case also in February about the 31st infected patient actually escaping the treatment facility and becoming a public nuisance. And that a video of this patient actually moving around and screaming was uploaded on YouTube, and there were so many views on it, more than 1 million, almost 2 million views of that video. If people had knew that it was not true, then it would not have had so many views, and so we had to respond to that rationally. Well, you should be the first, and the most valuable news would be breaking news. But then when it comes to fact check, most of the time it's following up on other news to see whether it's true or not. So we have to think of that, and also curb sometimes our instincts to go for the breaking news. So as I told you before in the beginning of my presentation, our ultimate goal, is to to prevent emotional crisis, and that would be our contribution. Actually, fact checking is not that difficult. In some of the cases, but the problem is that even if we give the facts, even if we provide the real facts, it does not prevent emotional crisis or negative emotions from spreading, especially when it comes to hate. And so there was one case where there were rumors that a lot of our national health insurance premium was being used to treat Chinese patients, not Korean nationals. So what we did was do a fact check on the national insurance premium that was paid by the Chinese, and we thought that that would put out the fire of hatred against China. But then that was not the case. This fact check was not effective because I received a lot of malicious comments and replies on this news piece, and I even received a lot of protest emails. And recently, during the national audit, the false information is still continuing, and it appeared again during the national audit recently. So what I had done here, what my team had done here was useless. And I did a bit of soul searching, and I realized that it could be that the public did not like the way the information was given to them, the nuance. They took offense at the very moral or high-handed way of talking and saying, oh, this is false, this is true. And so we were acting like judges, saying that false information is bad, it's a crime. And so this is false information and this is the truth. So listen to this truth. So that kind of preaching, it was the kind of superior attitude that the public had been taking offense with. This is something that we are all guilty of, especially academics or intellectuals. And actually that would invite more resistance or rebellion from the public. I know there are targets of hate crimes or hatred within society. And so this kind of moral superior attitude that the general public felt against the minority groups, that is something that we have to target and we have to be aware of. And this kind of hatred and phobia will be there. It is a fire that can never be completely put out. And especially when it comes to crisis, so this kind of hatred will magnify. It will just find different targets. It could be one target one day and then another target the next. They will just, so we have to accept that fact and be aware of that. And so false information, disinformation, misinformation will continue in the future, whatever crisis comes our way. And approaching fact-check as something very dry and just differentiating between false and true information, it's not that simple and clear-cut. The ultimate aim of fact-checking is to participate in and contribute to preventing emotional crisis. So we don't have to. So although we are not fighting something as dangerous as massacres, we have to be aware that there will always be targets and victims of hate crimes or hateful remarks. And so if there are people who are hurt, then we have to continue this fact check and focus on the fact that this is to prevent emotional crisis and to put out any fires of hate crimes. And so rather than preaching, it will have to, fact checkers will have to be practice the journalism of, not of preaching, but the journalism of empathy. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Lee Kyung-won. You talked about the difficulties of fact-checking, and you have admitted to the difficulty as well as sometimes the impossibility of fact-checking,
많은 것들이 나오지 않을까
and
싶습니다.
that courage is needed by fact-checkers,
토론으로 들어가겠습니다.
and also the ultimate aim of fact-checking. So that was quite a good and eye-opening thought-provoking presentation. We will now invite the designated discussants to make comments, starting with Ms. Pagaran and then Mr. Kim Junil. Hello, my name is Pagaran. I feel a little awkward that I am looking at people who are wearing masks, but I've taken off my mask, so even my face on the screen without a mask on looks strange to me. We just heard 3 presentations from Joanne Donovan, Tam Il-young, and Lee Kyung-won. I learned a lot from their presentation, and so I'd just like to add my comments to the 3 presentations. One thing that I found interesting was Ms. Joanne Donovan. When you were explaining it, you used the word misinformation or disinformation, and Tam In-young used the word misinformation, and then Lee Kyung-won used the word fake news to refer to the same thing. So even when it comes to terminology, there is no consensus has been reached yet. This disinformation or misinformation or fake news, it had become a issue about 4 years ago, and there was a controversy or debate over what to call it. Different people had different definitions on it, and so there was a debate even in Korea too. But in Korea, I think a general consensus has been reached that disinformation is to be defined as all information that is intentionally produced and disseminated despite knowing it is false with the aim of political and economic gain. But the fake news still triggers controversy and debate. And in Europe and including Germany, people are saying that fake news should not be the term to be used. I think there were statements or comments from UNESCO and UN too.
다양한 정보 콘텐츠 형식을 다 포함해야 되는데
Fake news,
라는 측면도 있고요. 또 페이크 뉴스는 뉴스라는 말을 씀으로써
by using the word news, could actually fan the flames of mistrust in journalism. So rather than using the word fake news, because the scope is so small, then we should use the word misinformation or disinformation to make it more accurate and to really define the scope of this. So
제한이 되었는데
even within the academic circles, people are starting to use the word disinformation or misinformation. But maybe this comes a bit too late because the public have become very used to the word fake news.
허위 정보라는 단어를
But I think using the word disinformation, it would be more accurate. And so I would use that word in my discussion. So when it comes to this kind of disinformation, many countries around the world are making an effort to respond to this. But I don't think there has been a country that has come up with a clear method. As you know, in Germany,
법이라고 소개되었지만
there is a fake news prevention law. It's officially called the Network Implementation Law to prevent the spread of disinformation online as quickly as possible, as early as possible. And in March this year in the UK, the government announced that they would set up a rapid response team to respond to disinformation as quickly as possible from the government side. But then the this rapid response team does not seem to have come up with a lot of effective outcomes, produced clear outcomes. Actually, during the coronavirus pandemic, there was a rumor that this coronavirus was spreading, or fake news was spreading through 5G, and there were angry people who actually set fire to 5G base stations. So this kind of emotional response to disinformation is still going on and is still a problem. So it seems that responding to disinformation is not effective as of yet. So research is going on regarding disinformation, and my research team has found that the more people use social media, the more they are exposed to disinformation. And so when it comes to disinformation, social media is something that is very important. The role played by social media, whether it's YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, they have their own guidelines, and they put out transparency reports and so on. But the response is insufficient. Even if you release transparency reports, what are the contents that were reported as harmful information, and what kind of fact check was done on such disinformation, and how was such disinformation suppressed or disposed of? So that was not clear in the transparency report, and people had not reached an agreement on the definition of disinformation. And so for platform operators, I think transparency is the most important yardstick. And when it comes to the actual content of disinformation, dissipating such disinformation would be the role to be played by the scientists. But then, as the previous presenter said, even the scientists make mistakes, and they're not they're still not certain because it's a novel virus. So even scientists did not come to an agreement about whether a mask would be effective in preventing infections. So some scientists said that masks were useless, and so scientists even there are even scientists, they actually contradict one another. Something would be said as a referred to as a result of research, and this would contradict a previous research. For example, and that had a very negative impact sometimes on even public policies. Like, for example, Denmark, they made some huge mistake. They made a huge mistake in coming up with a policy for herd immunity, and this herd immunity this policy was not successful, and it actually put the Danish public in danger. So this disinformation can actually be a threat to safety, life and safety. So the civil society, the public, and the scientists, the government, all stakeholders who have to enhance, to strengthen their capacity to be able to distinguish between false and true information. And I think in that process, journalists have to play a very important role, as was presented by Dr. Cha Min-young. Fact-checking by journalists can actually stop the spread of rumors or false information. So that is a very important role that can be played. But one obstacle in that process is the lack of public confidence in the media. Because of that mistrust in the media, that is an obstacle to fact-checking. As Lee Young-won said, even the results of fact-checking by journalists could be debunked by the public, that the readers may be unwilling to believe in the journalist who had done the fact-checking. So journalists, they have to fact-check, and also they have to work harder to regain the trust of the public. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Kim. Yes, thank you for the comment. I'm very happy that I came here. I had 3 other engagements, but I canceled them and decided to come here. I'm very glad that I made that decision. Yes, we're on the topic of misinformation, false rumors, fake news. It's a very important topic, especially with vaccines. It's a very important topic in the U.S. A certain scientist in the U.S. has mentioned that the success rate of a vaccine is about 70 to 75%. And to that, about a third of the US population mentioned that they will not be vaccinated with the coronavirus vaccine, which means if you crunch in the numbers, about 50% vaccinated that will not help in terminating COVID-19. So there is a root historically in terms of the people that refuse vaccination. Now, whether these people could be convinced using logic, well, a previous speaker talked about emotional um, epidemics. And Professor Cha has also mentioned that the authorities quickly responding to rumors is very important to carry out effective fact checks. And Dr. Park just now mentioned that it's important to regain trust. The idea of trust and confidence is important. There was an Edelman survey conducted a few months ago asking people whom they trust the most in a pandemic situation. Number 1 was scientists, last was journalist, and fourth from the bottom was news media. So it was really cutting to the bone because the survey more than 10 countries around the world, and people answered that they trust journalists less compared to news media. So journalism was losing faith by the people, and in the pandemic situation, the trust level is further going down. The average level of trust in journalism, as tallied each year, is on a downward trend. And there's also a report released this year that has not changed the story. And in Korea, is always traditionally ranked at the bottom, the last in the list. So that was pretty much expected because we are a trust lacking society. So hence, fact checking becomes an important issue here in Korea. And Mr. Lee, when he gave his presentation, I had to agree with much of his ideas because as a person in the fact check department, I asked questions and reflected upon myself as to why the fact check process is important. For example, vaccines, fake news, misinformation. Fact check could serve as a vaccine against that. And another dimension is that it will be conducive to generating good journalism for the end goal of enhancing public trust in the media. So it is helpful and necessary in enhancing the overall level of trust in our community towards each other and also towards journalism as an industry. But we still have to ask whether or not fact check process is effective and all good at the present. And Mr. Lee pointed out that it is not entirely perfect. And I think we should also look into the reasons behind that. As you saw in the report earlier, Korea the audience prefers biased news. Fourth, ranked fourth in the world, after Turkey and a few other countries. So citizens preferring biased news. Korea, a member of OECD. Well, why is that? Is it because journalism is biased, or is politics dividing the population, or is it in the human nature to take on biased attitudes? Well, nobody will know the answer yet, but fact checking and delivering only the truth is indeed a very phenomenal, challenging feat in our society. And as Mr. Lee has mentioned, he described the case, fact checking the situation in China, with regard to news in China. The conservatives would attack journalists saying that why are you pro China? and delivering favorable news that side with the Chinese population. So people would be less intent to carry out fact checks on that, but they would take on a more biased or more emotional approach to the situation. I believe that Korean news media as well as journalists all too readily ride on the public tendency to prefer biased or false information. Now, with regard to COVID-19, what is the greatest source of misinformation? The bulk of the population answered that it is the news. And this was a result of a finding, a survey conducted by the Press Foundation. Now, I'm not sure what kind of level of false information they're talking about, but there are false rumors, belief by people saying that vaccine experiments or flu vaccines has killed some people. They are establishing a causal relationship between the flu vaccine and deaths. But we have vaccinated against the flu for over 50 years. There's tremendous amount of data to prove that, but the media is reporting that there are deaths after flu vaccinations, causing ungrounded rumors and beliefs among the public. But journalists are actually just reporting the fact because people did die after being vaccinated by the flu vaccine. So it's important for the journalist sector to establish a consensus as to how to react to such situations. And I concurred with the other presentations delivered by Mr. Lee because I encounter similar dilemmas. It's important to carry out fact checks on lots of misinformation and data. And there's also a tendency among reporters not to borrow or not to cite analysis or news delivered by other organizations. It's a blow to my pride for sure. But if you were to only report on something that is not accurate or not well intended, to avoid repetitive reporting of fact check reports, what good would that do to society? Even if it's repetitive, I think it is our mission to keep on reporting fact check reports and articles in order to draw a consensus on how to react to the situation. And Dr. Park also mentioned a consensus point. That's very important, a good highlight, because fact checks, it is only meaningful if it's effectively delivered, because on the network, there's a very clear-cut divide between the progressives and the conservatives. If you look at Twitter, say 4 or 5 years ago, the followers of Trump, even if there were fact checks done on certain news, it wouldn't be bought by the followers of Trump. And there is a debate calling for active participation to verify the truthfulness or authenticity of data that is being transmitted over such platforms. So they will not be of help to establishing the social good in our society. So I believe it's an important topic. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kim. Now that concludes the panel discussion as part of this session. So that'll lead us to the next session on discussion forum. We will invite two presenters, Dr. Myung Cha and Mr. Kyungwon Lee, and our two panel discussants, plus the online participants. And I'm afraid that Dr. Donovan is not with us. I think Mr. Lee and Ms. Cha, both of you would have a lot to say about this topic. Yes, appreciate the panel discussion. It was very interesting, and also the presentation by Dr. Donovan was also quite impressive.
이런 커뮤니케이션에서 비전문가가 보기에는
In a communication of this nature, from a
여러 가지 문제들이
perspective of a non-expert, well, they say that Korean news is less trustworthy. But then if you compare the U.S. news and Korean news, for the sake of comparison, Korean news does a good job in checking for facts. And you can get consistent information wherever you go. But on the issue of face masks, if you look at the U.S. news, different channels reported that they're effective, and some said they were not effective. And also fact check process was quite quick here in Korea for face or hair dryers within a matter of 2 hours since the rumor started to spread. I saw that fact check mechanism were in place already. So you're doing a good job. So you should congratulate yourselves.
So when it comes to the trust in the media, public trust in the media, as was mentioned by the discussants, so actually the term I used was prevention of emotional crisis, not just prevention of epidemics or infodemics, but the prevention of emotional crisis. So how can we go about this? How can we respond to the emotions or public sentiments? I think this is something that I had talked about with the moderator on previous occasions. And I think the problem that is faced by our community, our society, is bipolarization of emotions. I referenced a research paper recently, and when it comes to fact checks, the progressive politicians will do fact check against the conservatives and vice versa. So fact checks will be done against each other in the progressive versus conservative political field. So when it comes, especially when it comes to the elections, I think the ideal would be for the conservative media and the flagship progressive media to do a joint project on fact-checking. Because if that's the case, then the whole general public will have faith in that kind of fact-checking. Because a bipartisan lack of the elimination of partisanship would be guaranteed. So that's just some wishful thinking on my part.
If the panelists don't have any comments to make further, I would like to ask some questions that came in through YouTube. You mentioned that the transmission pattern for fake information and true information are different. Then we would utilize technology to automatically filter that? Yes, that's a very important question. Well, genuine news and fake information, well, the final decision will be done by a fact checker, a human, but there are algorithms in place. But since the data and information coming out every day is so huge, the filtering process could be supported by algorithms and computing technology. Because there may be information that is spreading very much in the similar structure with the fake or misinformation. And the reaction by the public may be to the effect of, hey, this is interesting, it's funny, but it generates attention, so further adding to the spread of such news. So exposure and believability will be two elements embedded into this algorithm, and the algorithm could be utilized to conduct an initial preliminary check for the facts. But the ultimate say would rest in the hands or the mouth of the human fact checker. Yes, that's a very important comment that you made. Fact checkers, the human fact checkers, are always grappling with what to check. And decisions as to this is a tipping point. If you could present that to fact checkers, I think it will be of tremendous help to them. Now, the next question is directed to Mr. Kyungwon Lee.
You said that fact checkers need to have courage to recognize and admit their own imperfections. With that belief, if you have that credo, has that put you in conflict or with your bosses? Well, are you asking me to blow the whistle? Well, not exactly. There has not been any internal conflict. I think there has to be some faith here, not faith in me as a person or as an individual journalist, but I think I don't think there has been a lack of faith off the desk in the fact-checking journalists, and we have received a lot of assistance because when we work under a lot of pressure in doing fact check. And when we look at items, sometimes instinctively we will search for things, items that will not require too much footwork. And so the desk would help us out by prioritizing better items that are really viral, not that are really viral. So there has been internal collaboration with the newsroom in that regard.
There's another question for Professor Cha. With regard to COVID-19 rumors, scientists fact-checking will be of paramount importance. In order for that to become more prevalent, I think cooperation with the platform operators would be important. What do you think is of the urgent task right now? Yes, I also worked as a data scientist, and I had opportunities to listen to the perspectives and attitudes of the platform players. The misinformation that is already known to be false, why is not being checked for factual truthfulness? And if there's an algorithm, that should be utilized to label it as having potential for lack of truthfulness. There are many means that you can resort to, putting it down on the list of the data or labeling that something may not be entirely truthful may lead to potential litigation. So there are legal issues because of freedom of speech principles, and the platforms say that they're not content moderators. We are just providing a forum for users to share different ideas and information. So this seems to be the unwavering position of platform players. So they are approaching this in a very cautious manner. So those information in which fact check is completely done are pretty much limited to certain areas. For example, presidential elections. And the French election, for example, on information posted on individuals, fact checks are not done. But for the US and French elections in the past, presidential elections, for information posted by news media, I recall on Facebook seeing that this particular information has been fact checked. And under circumstances of such a global pandemic, there are countries that are vulnerable to information access, especially those among low GDP countries. People tend to be exposed to rumors, and more people are reported to trust those rumors in greater percentages compared to high GDP countries. So organizations with authority or the UN, WHO, and the platforms are advised to closely cooperate with one another. Yes, you just mentioned right now, but in the course of listening to your presentation, I felt that this was key. So I'd like to give you a follow-up question. During your presentation, you mentioned that those exposed to misinformation and those who look at fact-checked information, there's imbalance. There's a gap. And once you expose fact checks, Mr. Lee has mentioned that there's a huge amount of emotional resistance, but Professor Cha said that fact checks are very helpful in contributing to changing your attitude towards misinformation. So that brings to the fore the importance of speed. We understand that fact checks is not a quickly generating information because it takes time to verify the truthfulness of certain information. So in order to further spread quickly fact checks, what would be some of the effective means and methods you could take on? Yeah, so we led to different conclusions because the types of rumors that we looked at were not political. We just looked at purely health-related, behavioral change-related informations, the common sense type of data, such as those related to virus. And on the political front, it's natural for you to lead to different conclusions because if you have a different idea, you would it's in the nature of humans to shun that and then still hoard closer to the original beliefs that you have had. So for the scientific realm, it's improving that fact checks is very effective in alleviating some of the misunderstandings and misinformation spreading online. Now, I have another follow-up question for Mr. Lee.
You talked about fact-check projects on the coronavirus, and there is now a scandal over the deaths after flu vaccines. Is there any concern or risk that this misinformation spread or infodemics could occur again because of this incidents? So could you respond to that? Mr. Lee Young-won first, and then Ms. Tamiyang. I think Mr. Kim Jun-il has mentioned this, that in this case, mistrust in vaccines and vaccinations is something that we should be concerned about. I think this would be exacerbated or aggravated because of the incidents, the fatal accidents. So there needs to be policy decision making. So if there is growing mistrust in vaccination, what can policymakers do and professionals do in that regard to try to mitigate any emotional crisis or vicious cycle of negative emotions? So there needs to be administrative decisions, although our fact-checking has to be based on science on the part of the journalists. So simply put, saying, "Hey, I'm scared here," and you're saying and someone says there's nothing to be scared of. These are the facts. That might not alleviate your panic or your fear. So yes, it is a very difficult thing. So Dr. Tammy Leong, you talked about something very interesting. So the question, I would like to put the question to you too. What would be the implications of this flu vaccine scare that we are going through right now? This sense of uncertainty,
Anxiety, rage, when it comes to health-related issues in this pandemic world, can be divided into two different types. Those who have anxiety, rather than share information, they want to search for more information. And those who are experiencing rage and anger, they want to spread the information that they have faith in, and there are theories existing that point to that. And in the spread of fake news regarding COVID-19 here in Korea, we'll be able to witness that. So anger and anxiety, such emotions, how to deal with that, cope with those emotions, is an important mission that we should think about. For those anxious, we have to give them more information, but to those feeling anger, rather than provide them with more information, it's probably wiser to offer some sort of, say, guidelines. Well, for example, this is part of our research in the works, but suppose that there's a group of angry people, and if you restrict them from taking action, that will only instill or fuel greater anger in them. And giving more information to those feeling anxiety, then it's very effective, as proven by a lot of theories out there. So the cure or prescription, depending on whether you're feeling anger or anxiety, differs. That's very important to fact checkers today. Okay, the two panelists, Mr. Kim, Ms. Park, do you have anything to add?
Professor Tam Young said mentioned the rationale of freedom of expression. Well, freedom of expression is a basic human right, but it is not like a fundamental or unbreachable human right, because that human right of freedom of expression could be curbed if that exercising that right hurts others or society. Sometimes we work because we take action based on misinformation, and then we have to contradict ourselves later on when something that we believed was the truth turned out to be not true. So I think it's very dangerous to use the rationale of freedom of expression. So that is why all the more important the role of fact-checking is. So if fact checkers are not believed in, if they're not considered credible, then that could be quite dangerous. So sometimes media companies form alliances or coalitions to do joint fact checking together to try to raise public credibility in the fact checking. And so I think that would be an effective way to respond to and mitigate disinformation.
To add my 2 cents on vaccine, previously I met with people at Seaside Inn and medical doctors. The greatest issue behind the vaccine is that journalists were approaching the pandemic with numbers, the number of confirmed cases, how many people were released, how many deaths occurred. I think journalists should go beyond just relaying numbers, drilling into the depth of the situation. And I mentioned the issue of vaccine because we deal with events, especially those journalists, reporters that visit police stations to cover stories. They tend to report the number of deaths. It's all with numbers. So whether it's important to just deal with numbers in the pandemic situation, I don't think it's wise. There's a book written by Gina Coletta in the 1970s. It was an event happened that happened in 1976 under the Ford administration. There was a nationwide flu vaccination taking place, and Hans Neumann of New Hampshire contributed a column to the New York Times. He said that 200 million U.S. citizens, if they get flu vaccinations, within 2 months, thousands and thousands of people will die of heart attacks and strokes. So because this is actually the numbers expected from a medical prediction standpoint, the results that can arise from flu vaccinations. So I wanted to point out the, the practice of journalists is reporting numbers. And there was another report that came out in May of this year. The misinformation coming out of the pandemic is understood in different dimensions in different countries. 6 were surveyed, and Korea answered the greatest number of wrong answers among the 6 countries. I wasn't a shock because I thought we were doing a good job. Our number was 2.72, US 3.77, so we were ranked lower, even behind US and the UK. Now, why is this so? We mentioned earlier that it has a big impact coming from political partiality. I'm not trying to criticize the conservatives, but the Taegeuk mob that went to demonstrate in the city center, that they contributed to the spread of COVID-19 spread. There are news media organizations that have not carried out effective fact checks. And I believe that this score that Korea got was quite low because of the political partiality that is inherent in our society as well as the journalist industry. So unless we deal with this to alleviate it, I think this problem is likely to persist as a routine. It can only be further aggravated compared to other advanced countries.
I wish we could continue with this discussion, but the time that is allocated to us is now over. So we have to wrap up here. Starting with Joanne Donovan from very far away, and also Dr. Tam Il-young and Mr. Lee Kyung-won. We have heard 3 excellent presentations and 2 excellent discussions from Mr. Kim Jun-il and Ms. Pagaran. And I think a lot of key words have been tossed up. Effective intervention, emotional crisis, and political bias or partisanship. And in the midst of that, how are we to do effective fact-checking? And the coronavirus pandemic is still ongoing, and so we have to evolve in order to respond to this mountain of disinformation that we are flooded with. So with that, I'd like to wrap up this session. Thank you very much. Yes. False information and fact check. That was a very hot topic that was dealt with in this session that just ended. We are the presidential elections in the United States is coming up soon, and the coronavirus is still going on. So all the more fact check is needed in the future. Once again, a big thank you to the panelists and the moderator in this session, and to the participants who are with us online. So we will have the afternoon session starting from 2 o'clock, so please stay with us.
Good afternoon. My name is Young Onan of KBS News. We will resume with day 2 of 2020 KPF Journalism Conference. Over the second segment for today's event, presentations on media startup cases. There's a Be Kind's startup support program, and there are 2 cases that won first prize and second prize, and an internal startup case I would like to share with you today. Mr. Kyung-dal Kim of Neo Touch Point will moderate this session. He worked at Naver Videos and also at Daum. He also worked as 동아일보 journalist. Now, the first presentation is to deliver by Mr. Byung-Hoon Chung, CEO of D Street, to talk about news curation and push notification app service, D Alarm. Now, D Street is a fintech media. It's an online media, D Alarm, and push notification app service. The Alarm are some of the products that he deals with. He also publishes weekly newsletters. And the second is to be delivered by Mr. Livy Lim, team leader of Publish. And we'll talk about blockchain-based news ecosystem to grow readership. Now, Publish is a technology-based media company. He built the first CMS, the journalistic contents management system, using blockchain technology, and won the Outstanding Digital Media Startup Award from One Media. And the next presentation will be delivered by Mr. Jung-won Kim. We'll talk about why does Fallin, a knowledge content online platform, open a pop-up store and print a newspaper. The Fallin is a knowledge content online platform. It invites together venture capitalists, venture companies, and large corporates. It brings together 450 linkers to deliver knowledge from these people to both on and offline. After the 3 presentations, we will hold a discussion forum. So with that, I'd like to turn over the microphone to Mr. Kyung-dal Kim, our moderator. Good afternoon. My name is Kyung-dal Kim. This Journalism Week event is indeed very meaningful, and I believe that the media startup case session is a very worthwhile occasion. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today. Okay, so without further ado, let us introduce the presentations. Each presenter is allotted 25 minutes, upon which we'll have the discussion for the first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Byung-Hoon Chung of D Street. Okay. It's written as D Alarm, but we read it as Dalarm. It is a news curation and push notification app service that he will talk to us about.
Hello, I'm Tong Byung-hoon from D Street. As introduced, I will be talking about the application that we developed called Dalam. Before I begin, I want to say that it was possible for us to be making this presentation here thanks to the KPF giving us an award and a support for media startups. So thank you for that. Let me introduce my media startup first. It's called D Street. It is a media company, online media company that is producing media and news and a newsletter. So we are a professional blockchain media company, and we produce something called D Street Media with a D Street newsletter, as well as we are producing news content for YouTube as well. And we have we are operating 5 YouTube channels at D Street, and we have subscribers of about 40,000, and we have several on and offline conferences that we are using as marketing. For marketing, and we are also collaborating with Samsung Blockchain Services to produce contents. So in 2017, when we were thinking of producing blockchain media, back then the Bitcoin price was quite high, and so a lot of people were interested in that, but the prices started to fall, and so interest also waned, and a lot of blockchain companies shut down, and so it was difficult for us to be aggressive about marketing or about business, and so we changed our mindset a little bit. that we wanted to not just that it be a blockchain media company, but we wanted to start expanding into fintech, like Naver Pay or Chai, which is a check card, and also Angel League. And so we wanted to produce media and news on fintech news as well. And so that is, we have been producing that, and you can download our articles and news from our D Street website. And then we started thinking of producing an app, the app called Talam, and we were doing widgets, and we were operating YouTube channels, and were producing newsletters and media. So we were very interested in looking at finding out the needs and interest of the people, of our audiences, and if viewers and users of the internet users, if they're not interested in something, they will not even open up the newsletter or the articles that we send them. So we wanted to be as effective as possible. And so if we were able to get the viewers and internet users to tell us what it is that they're interested in, then we could provide a much more focused service. And so we did a survey to look at what what users were interested in, and they were interested in a lot of financial investment stuff like cryptocurrency and apartment lot purchasing and installment savings and so on. And so and we also asked them if they would make use of an alarm service, so to pick out and send them articles that they are interested in. And so they said they were favorable towards that, so we started that. And like I said, it's a function or service where where we pick out and select news that people are interested in, our users are interested in, based on keywords, and then we send them periodically at a frequency set by the user. We have vlogs and news portals and the websites of media companies where you have to crawl that and surf the net in order to find out news that you're interested in. And another example is if you're interested in the spread of the coronavirus and how many people are infected in which neighborhood or which city, all that information is amassed and provided. But there are certain information that you specifically need, right? So we can actually select that. And then you can choose the period or the frequency with which you receive the selected information package or news package. So, for example, if you are a job seeker who is in a university, who is studying in university, you may want to know you receive your selected news almost once a day, or it could be if you're interested in financial news and you want to receive that news more frequently, then you can set that frequency. And so our solution offered users a way to make news that they were interested in much more accessible, and it was a very much tailor-made information that we were providing, and it was much more timely. We provided this service and the news that you are interested in at a time and period or frequency that you set for yourself. So let me show you how this works. This service, as I said, is being sold on, you can download it from Apple Store or Google. And once you've downloaded the application, you can choose the keyword. And using the open API provided by KPF, we can actually, we have expanded the sources. And you can also choose the frequency with which you want to receive the news. And so once you've decided on all the options, then on your website, on your mobile app, you can watch the news or read the news that you have picked. And through Outlink, you can actually go on, through the link. You can go to the source where the news is produced and read the news. And as can be seen, you choose the and or not, and you choose the conditions and select the conditions for your keywords, and then you decide on the frequency, and then we provide the outlink for the news that you're interested in, so you can click on that and read it. And there are such applications or services that provide similar functions. And one thing that sets our service apart from these other similar services is that we have a much more diverse or broader range of keywords that you can choose, and the conditions are much clearer and more refined. So in that sense, in terms of the information source as well as the number of keywords that you can use, we are quite quite a forerunner in that regard. And there are other things like newsletters and stuff that you can search for. So if you are on a news portal, you have to use the search engine and type in the keywords in order to find the search for the news that you are interested in. And in terms of the timeliness, there are other services that don't have that much of an option when it comes to the frequency with which you want to receive news. And there are other in terms of those conditions, Talarm is quite distinguished, and we are able to check and confirm that our users really like the service in terms of the rate of browsal and also the rate of the reading of the full article of the services that of the news that we send them. And so this is the service development direction or flow. Based on the information recommendation system, this is the way we want to refine the accuracy of the tailor-made information that we provide our users. When it comes to real-time collection of data, sometimes we ask the news portals or news media companies for the API, and sometimes it's open API that is provided. Like for example, with KPF, that is the way we make use of the services in order to collect the data that our customers and clients want. So for those of you who are very clear about the kind of keywords that they want to use, then there's no problem. But we also offer recommendations about the kind of keywords that they would like to use. So that's one service that we are offering. So we offer a range of keywords that people might not have thought about, but they could be interested in. And we have been running the service for about 3 months. And we have had downloads of about more than 12,000, and the active users amount to daily 2,500 and monthly more than 10,000. And the retention rate is also quite high, about 40%. And we are we expect that we can refine the category of users to B2B as well as B2C. And so for B2B and B2C categorization, we are expecting to do that from about the second quarter of next year. And this is the strategy that we have for the going forward. We want to funnel the user data to provide marketing services. And it seems that the most popular keywords are have to do with finances, like stock prices or stock investment and so on. And that is both in terms of the users as well as the keywords, like real estate investment or personal reinvestment. These are the things that are most popular and of interest to most of our clients. So we have profiles on each of our clients to anticipate the kind of interest they might have in the near future. So with that, I believe that we can make a business out of this to maximize advertising profit. So we see two ways we can continue to grow, two models for growth in that sense, in that regard. Like, for example, there's a B2B model where if you are interested in sports and that is the keyword, then you would have keywords such as Pilates or sneakers or running or diet. So if that is the interests of our clients, then we could share that with, say, Nike and get and help our client Nike to craft more focused marketing for these people. So once we have come, if you logged on to our website, then we can be aware of the demographics of the clients. But if your website is visited through another link, like through a news portal, then the demographics and other statistics and the information on the client will not be yours, but the news portals. But using keywords, we can identify more information about customers or website visitors. And so with that, we will be able to provide that kind of information for more refined marketing for businesses. And in the B2C model, we have plans to provide paid services. So subscribers will pay a subscription fee for even more services, like expansion of the number of keywords that they can use and expansion of options for frequency and so on. So this is the team. For me, the CEO, I was one of the founding members of Purples, and I've been working in Mellow 2.0 and in Google, and I've received training at KAIST, and we have service development team as well as the online content and marketing design development team. So we have Mr. Kim Tae-yeon, who was part of Bentoy, and Lee Jae-hong as well. And we have people who are working on development, design, marketing, and planning, and so on. So with these people, I promise to do our best to keep on providing even more diverse and broader services, more tailored services to our people. I'd appreciate it if you would visit Google Play or App Store and download Talam, our app. Thank you. Yes, thank you. As per the parting remark of Mr. Chong, please download Dalarm. And we have Im Mi-jin, who will be giving the next presentation. The floor is yours.
For the first time in the world, we completed the news blockchain trial test. We have the most advanced contents management system based upon this technology that will help the blockchain authentication technology to enhance the credibility of the articles. We have drag and drag to edit your articles, and also we have the specified reward system to encourage more active participation on the part of the readers. The journalism organizations that adopt our system say that their page views and number of visits have increased by a significant percentage, by about over 20%. Can you let us log on? It says that the article has been authenticated. The modifications and pre-modification hash values are also located here, so that the readers were able to see the article writing process. It all enhances the trustworthiness of the articles. You can also get specialized reward systems to encourage participation by the readers. And for future e-commerce purposes, this also can be utilized. We want enhanced, transparent, and trustworthy journalistic ecosystem to be built in the years ahead. Good afternoon. Innovating news. I'm from Levi Lim from Publish. It's a global media tech company. Have you seen this cartoon before? Actually, the inflictor is on the right and the victim is on the left. But what you see through the projector, the directions are reversed. The left seems to be the inflictor and the right seems to be the victim. Depending on which angle media companies shoot, the world can be transformed into a distorted perspective to the readers. We try to be objective, but there always have existed limitations. Under such a system, the trustworthiness or confidence in the COVID-19 era have become all the more important, and the value of objectivity of journalism is facing big challenges. And as an solution to this, the social call for transparency is becoming ever louder. However, the trustworthiness of the journalism community has ranked last for 4 consecutive years. So there are a lot of solutions, suggestions being proposed through discourse, but nice directions, good recommendations are not easily accommodated by the media companies. So first question, why is that? We conducted in-depth interview on journalists, and many pointed out that the lack of trustworthiness is because of the low quality of articles, partisan reporting, lack of expertise, and non-ethical articles. Okay, the second question, why are the articles of low quality? Why is it not easy for media companies to innovate? Now, you can pretty much figure out the solutions to that in these numbers. If you see this number 2 versus 20,000, seems that 20,000 is likely to beat the competition, right? But the actual result is different. It's 75% versus 4%. Do you have a hunch as to what this means? Naver, Daum, Kakao, consumption rates. Readers, 75% of them get their news from these portals, and only 4% log on to traditional news media to get their news. So 4% creates the overall news contents, but the advertising platform profits go to the search platforms like Naver and Daum, and also SNS sites like Facebook. So this situation forces journalist organizations to value the number of clicks or views rather than placing value on the traditional nature or quality of their articles. Now, how are we to address this issue? We believe that the key word is enhancing readership. So by incorporating a readership reward system, we could generate greater loyalty. And by an authentication system, we could work to enhance the transparency of media companies to enhance the level of trust by the public in these companies. Now, with this end in mind, we created Publish Soft. Now, media companies use a content management system to control their contents. We have created this for use by media companies. And for the first time in the world, we adopted blockchain and applied it to the system. I'd like to describe to you a couple of functions. First is the public authentication system. This is intended to enhance the level of trust by the public or the readers into the article. The second is a special reward system. This is intended to reward the readers by participating in the platforms to enhance greater readership and participation altogether. And the increased activity in the platform will raise demand for advertisements to improve the profitability of the media company. We have actual trial tests conducted with a token post. Now, Token Post is an organic media company not registered with Naver or DAM. It has its own on-demand channel. As you can see, most of the articles relate to technology, so there weren't any comments posted at the outset, one or two at most. But after they introduced our system, the number of comments grew by 20-fold. And also the rate of login by readers increased by 2 times. And I listened to very insightful presentations today and yesterday. One of the challenges of the media companies was gathering readership data. They rely on large portals like Daum and Naver because that's where their readership is active on. And they get very little reader information on their own sites. And there's this increasing gap in the accessibility to the readership data. But if you use our content management system or reader management system, that all can be addressed. Alexa report generates the types of contents that the readers consume the most and also the amount of time that they spent on a certain page. And we also utilize Google Analytics to look at the internal usage. The average usage time per page grew by significant fold, and also there's an indicator to assess loyalty, and that index rose by 130%. And another meaningful aspect of this is that this efficacy doesn't go away after short-term marketing. We notice that this has a long-lasting effect as it continues to improve the situation. So those media companies working to grow their business models and to gather more data on their readers, we believe that this could generate great returns for these companies. Now let me go into more specific functions of the system. First, this is our proprietary blockchain public authentication system. Blockchain is the essential technology behind the fourth industrial revolution. It enhances the trust of data that is exchanged online. You can't make ad hoc modifications without approval. You would restore metadata and disclose it in a transparent manner under the blockchain platform. You can see who created what, when, why, and also the modification records are disclosed in a quite transparent manner. So the media company can work in a transparent manner with the system. So they're under supervision and scrutiny, further enhancing public trust in these companies. Now, this is the website of Token Post. Let us go into an actual sample. Select an article. Okay, you click on the hash value of blockchain. You would move on to the corresponding blockchain search site. You get metadata and text, and the article, this page says, has been modified on 2 occasions, and you can copy the hash value and search for previous articles, and you can check transition information, so you can accurately see who modified which part of the article on one date, which adds to enhance the credibility in the articles by the readership. The second function is the reader reward system. By enhancing usage or convenience, is not sufficient to expand loyalty of the public or readers. So reading articles, writing comments, or clicking likes, these are all small programs to enhance loyalty of the readership, and such reward system can also be utilized by other partner companies. Kakao Money, for example, when you use Kakao Pay or Kakao Send a Gift, e-commerce functions, this ecosystem grew in the case of the Kakao Group. So we could use our partner companies to build a media company ecosystem using this technology and platform. Let us look at an actual example. This is a web page of Token Post. Let's log on. Okay, if you log on the right, you get the rewards. If you click on the article, you still, again, get rewards. So if you read the articles, and I'll leave a comment. I'll say it's a very nice article. Okay, so you posted your comment, then you get points, you get rewards. And if you click on like, you get rewards again. I clicked on like 5 times, and let's check what happened. If you can see here, I logged on, I read the article, I posted a comment, and pressed like 5 times. And all of these behaviors were rewarded. And if you look at the list of activities, it says that this will be settled and credited by a certain hour the next day. And you can also withdraw money from this. We also have a wallet system that the readers can use. You can use Publish Wallet after downloading for Google Play Store. We believe that all media companies will be tokenized in this fashion. When media companies incorporate blockchain into their system to induce participation by readers, they'll be able to reduce expenditures for advertisement, and various payment methods will be facilitated and be conducive to creating the type of readership ecosystem that media companies desire. Google was a search engine. They met advertisers and created a huge ecosystem. The same can happen to media companies. Media incorporates not just entertainment, but also the news that we produce. So small media companies, large ones, they can each build their own unique ecosystem, and connecting those different types of ecosystems will be Token Post. Now, Token Post, in addition to the reward system that I just mentioned, has in the pipeline many events to showcase to the readers. Let me give you a heads up as to what's out there available to the readers. If you look on this page, let's click on various events over here. Let me go into one of these events on the list. It says Best Comment Award, Best Posting Award, Most Frequently Read Article. So this is to induce active participation in activities by the readers by means of a variety of different events. And also on a weekly basis, we give awards to frequent visitors. That award is given to those who come to our site on a daily basis every single day. 59 readers have logged on every single day over this period. It's actually a very difficult feat to accomplish. I got this award, I think, twice before myself, but it seems that there are a lot of people that are very diligently using this service. Now, Token is one of the many other services. A Big Issue Korea, and is also using our computer. It's not just the media companies, but those organizations that want to improve relationship with the readers. Bond Da Vinci also uses our system. Now, Bond Da Vinci is a art museum in Gwangjin-gu. Users could log on to their website and get rewards for their activities, which they in return can use it to purchase entrance tickets to the art gallery. And our publish create an MOU with Andysoft. Andysoft is a company that offers CMS to media companies and there are many different media companies that use this. So through this MOU with the partners, the media companies will be able to have easy and quick access to our content management system. Now, for those media companies that already have their own CMS, may access our services by means of an API. The Big Kinds by KFP also supported our endeavor. Without concerns over copyright issues, we're able to carry out public authentication trials to enable verification of certification of copyright holders. You can use blockchain technology to publicly authenticate that you are the copyright holder of these contents. So there's a list of complicated information here, but you would have your own signature to prove that this content is owned by you. So this model, supported by the highly reliable blockchain, if it's used by a wide audience, can enhance trust in the articles and eventually prove to be a very profitable or lucrative model. So we are pushing for this program. And depending on the type of API, you can enter metadata for those media companies that have their own CMS. They can do this manually by logging on to our site, or they can get automatic feeds. It's not easy to store your data on blockchain, the metadata, without making any modifications. So through LinJ, we've added hash values and encryptions to the data that is stored on blockchain. And if you check on the right-hand side, you notice that this content has been publicly authenticated on this blockchain platform. Let us look at an also example of a QoC. Now, Publish Lab is intended to realize and design various functions to realize innovation of media companies. You enter your company's ID and also the relevant details. It says linjs. You can set it to that setting. And if you enter clear text, the entire text is authenticated using blockchain. So you click, it's encrypted, and the encrypted resulting values is the authenticated details on this blockchain. And if you click this, you go to the site and be able to view the transaction results. So on the right-hand side, you see the long hash value starting with the number 9. This is our business model. For pre-existing CMS models or the NGSoft media companies are able to use some API service within perhaps this year. We hope to complete the development by the end of this year. This will enable optimized advertising system for media companies and also a decentralized ID system. DID will be developed and introduced and then offered to our media company clientele. Now, internet news market is continuously growing, and our CMS is also a rapidly growing sector. Now, this is our strategy for market entry. As I mentioned, here in Korea, with NDSoft at the center, we have 2,700 media companies as our client base, and we will continue to press on to very quickly penetrate the market. And we hope that the media companies present here participating in this conference will come to use our services. Now, this is also easy to enter overseas markets as well. We have companies in Israel, and Singapore, and the U.S. So there's market penetration strategies, and we also receive accelerator support for our overseas business. And in Singapore, for example, they have a law on fake news. It's the only country in Asia. And we also utilize these services because it's an area where the World Association of Newspapers is located. And I believe that this feat was achievable because of the enhanced capacities of our team. Now, Mr. Kwon is the head of the business development team in New York. He is an expert in journalism with 15 years experience. Mr. Kim has a wide network and insight in the world of blockchain. So these people are in charge of overseas markets. They have great capabilities when it comes to doing business broad. Now, Publish will continue to expand and build upon our journalistic ecosystem. As Facebook has a lot of users and an advertising system to build an empire of an ecosystem, we too here at Publish hope to acquire high quality readers and to encourage high quality articles and advertising models. We hope to further support our clientele, our media companies, to do their missions and their business in a more efficient manner. The blockchain integrated transition patent is our ownership. It is a original technology on blockchains. And the other part is about fact checking. The fact check details are posted through blockchain platforms to enhance trust and to offer rewards to participants to motivate greater participation. And we also have a reputation blockchain system patent that we have. We are supported by the Seoul City government, and we are currently carrying out the proof of concept as part of this production process. After we were founded in 2013, we have been working very hard to grow the market. We created a beta version of this and released the completed full version in July. We got the patent for the integration, and this April or August of the same year, we got public authentication. And the reward system was transferred to a stable coin. And media sectors and blockchain sectors, the community recognizes our capabilities. We also joined IPCG, and in 2019, we got the Outstanding Digital Media Startup Company Award by the World Association of Newspapers. We were the first venture company here in Korea. And last year was a year in which grew our foundation for further growth. We began as a media startup, and we are being supported by various relevant government ministries to expand into overseas market. And we are very honored to have been invited to the journalism conference. The key word of this conference is connecting. Now, we are a technology company that connects technology, and that technology will connect journalism with the reader. So I think the topic of this conference is very much aligned with our company. So true value and Publish will continue to enhance the true meaning and value of journalism in the world and years ahead. Thank you very much. Yes, there was a video clip that was shown to you, but we had some audio issues, but she read it out to cover the technological glitches. That was a mouthful, so I think I should try to summarize what we've heard so far.
And so we heard from two startups, media startups, and the presentation that we'll be listening to from now on, the third presentation, is from Fallen, which is an existing online media company. So you started from a technical platform and a technical point of view to try to solve problems. And I think one commonality between the two startups is that you saw things and saw the issue from the perspective of the users. What kind of filtering do they need? Like for alarm, what kind of filtering or what kind of keywords are the users interested in? So you are addressing the issue of personalization or personal tailoring, and I think you are doing a good job monitoring your users. As well as for Publish, it is something that an issue that people are all grappling with, the issue of CMS, which this media startup is courageously trying to tackle. When it comes to blockchain industry and the replies and comments on Naver portal and how these are monitored even on Naver, I think this is an issue of social trust. And I think it was quite refreshing to see a media startup try to tackle that problem. And linking that to rewards, which is quite a fresh idea and approach. And linking it with and I think you will be an inspiration with other media companies that are thinking of ways to tackle the CMS issue. So if there are any questions, please post your questions on YouTube, and we will try to direct those questions to the presenters. And now, moving on from independent online media startups, let's go to an existing media company that is doing online business and running an online platform. But in a way, this presenter, the presentation will be by someone from an independent media business, since he is in charge of Fallen, although it is part of the 중앙일보, 중앙 Daily group. Hello, my name is Kim Jong-won. I'm very happy to meet all of you. I work with 중앙 Daily, but I am in charge of Fallen. I will be talking about what kind of services Fallen has been providing, what kind of projects it has been engaged in, and what kind of services. And also, so I have been working at 중앙 Daily, and I have been involved in the establishment or the starting up of the neighborhood bookstore 51, as well as Ready Books marketing and so on. And currently I am focusing on the marketing for Fallen. Fallen was launched in 2018, and it is a knowledge content platform. And the on-site experts, we call them linkers, and we link these linkers together to provide services and assistance to people who are dreaming of change and growth. So that is what we do. The three most important pillars of Fallen would be story, study, and seminar. So these are the three content services, the main content services that we're providing. Let me go through them one by one. This is a core content offered by Fallen, which is story. So on-site experts, we translate their knowledge and expertise into text form, and we provide these news stories, text-based stories on our website, on our platform. And we have changed this into a subscription platform, but our subscribers can access all these stories. And then we have the study service. Offline, we provide offline gatherings. 25 people in each study group. They will be going on for about 3 months, and they will meet about 5 times within that period to network and also to study on a topic that they're interested in. So it's, in a way, it is like a networking group. So F&B, mobility, and so that will be the themes for the study groups. And 25 people, they will pay quite a tidy sum of money in order to come together and study in one study group. And so there will be the leaders or influencers who want to exchange networks and broaden their personal networks. And so they want to be abreast with the new trends and to look at to observe what kind of thinking is leading the industry and shaping the industry. So that's why they are quite active in the study groups. And then the next service would be seminar. We have more than 2 seminars a month, where both on and offline. So we organize conferences or forums and call them seminars. Sometimes there will be about 200 to 300 people who attend a seminar. So we've held a lot of them offline until the virus pandemic, COVID pandemic, and now we moved to online, and currently we're doing both on and offline, and mix of that. So let me talk about the principles or what we consider as priority at Folin. First would be membership services or services for our members, and second would be brand loyalty. So we are operating our business and providing services based on these two priorities or principles. We provided digital book services. We sold online digital books. We sold them book by book. So if you are interested in a particular book, you will pay the price for that digital book and get that. But now we have transformed to a membership service. So if you pay a certain subscription fee, then all the books that we offer, you can read, you can access. So it's a different way, and we started this service from March of this year. So membership service can be divided into offense and defense. So you want to be on the offense and get more new members to join, and then you want to retain the members that you have. So we want to provide services to members, and this service is not just about creating and providing new content. But you can provide other privileges like discounts. So if you are a member, then you can get a bigger discount, or you will get, or there could be other people who are not members, but they come and join a conference or seminar, and then we are told, and you are told that there is a membership that you can join, and then you can join that. So on the offense, we want to try to attract as many people to become members as possible. And the other thing is you want to retain their loyalty. You want to keep them from moving away or dropping out. And there is a limit to how much you can read in a month. So besides offering at a discounted rate or free of charge if you pay a membership fee, all our content, you can't read all of that. So we want to provide other services or other privileges as members. So what we've been doing on the defense in trying to retain our membership and keep their loyalty is to provide other services such as a newspaper, and also operate a chat room for people to voluntarily come together to talk and to chat on topics of their interest. So that's another service. And also we try to help people cultivate habits, good habits. So people who consume our contents, we want to cultivate we want to help them to cultivate the habit of logging on to read our contents or use our contents at least once a day or something like that. And so before we started our membership system, compared to now, we are seeing the sales revenue go up. So after we introduced the membership system, you can see that the revenue from our contents is going up, and also a lot more people are using our services as members. And right now, repurchasing is up to about 84%. And the second priority or principle that we think is very important would be brand loyalty. So we provide things like pop-up stores, paper books, and actually physical books and falling paper, the falling newspaper, and also even furniture. We operated a pop-up store, actually physical offline pop-up store for a month in November last year. Since we're an online platform, there is a limit to how much physical presence we can give to our members. So even if we have operate an offline pop-up store like this, there are not that many physical goods that we can actually offer for sale. So what we do is provide their contents on laptops in the store, and we sometimes would provide tasting services or tasting opportunities of beer or other products of our partners. And our linkers would actually drop by in the pop-up store to talk to our members or give lectures and network. So this was the pop-up store that we operated for about a month, and the heavy users who are really loyal to Fallin, they came to take pictures, and then they would upload on their own social media, like on Instagram, and that became an activity that was an activity that had been not impossible in the past when we did not have a physical gathering place like this. So it was quite a good business, and we really enjoyed that project. And we are also publishing physical books. The digital content that we had produced, we now publish them, some of them, in paper book form. I believe that the consumers who buy paper books and those who buy digital content are different, but there is an overlap. So we are trying to do this kind of marketing and distribute our books in offline stores, bookstores. And we also publish a falling paper, not exactly because we are a media company or a journalistic company, but we were focusing on what it is we do best. I'm sure when it comes to journalism capacities, we might fall behind the traditional newspapers. But the thing is, newspapers have over hundreds of years have established a form of distribution and their own distribution channels that have been maintained for a long, long time. Uh, there are newspaper delivery people who deliver newspapers every morning to your homes, and that hasn't changed over 100 years. And so, but then for the new millennial that consume news on news portals, then this kind of delivery of physical newspapers to their doorstep will be really refreshing. That could be to them the new media, because the digital natives would never have had a physical newspaper delivered to them ever before. So we try to do that, and we also try to rely on that old traditional legacy of newspapers to create new values. And so the thing that we focus on most of all, our top priority was design of our fallen paper. Unlike the other physical products, it's quite difficult if you are consuming online products to show off what you are consuming. So as a consumer, you're not able to. It's not so easy to show your consumption patterns or preferences to other people if you are online. But then that's what we focused on, that we want to, in a way, we want our consumers to really show off what they are consuming, to make our consumers feel that it's quite stylish to be consuming our products. So this was the design. So we tried to make our design very attractive and appealing. And we even had a memo page for our readers. And so especially our young readers, it was something very new to them, that they could open up and unfold a newspaper and underline quotes that they were interested in as they read the physical paper. It was a new experience for them. And so we really committed. We were really committed to making the design really stylish. And the other thing that we focused on was displaying that newspaper that we had made with such dedication. Instead of just dropping it on your door, on people's doorstep, we wanted our newspaper to be displayed proudly in the homes and spaces of our members. So, and it was also a goodie that we could offer to our members, and also influence their lifestyle, so that they get our users get the impression that their lifestyle has been improved thanks to Fallin's products, thanks to their being Fallin members. So we provide furniture, even furniture, to display the Fallin paper that our subscribers purchase. And we, in the future, whatever we do, when we plan and market our contents, or we collaborate with other businesses, or we design our products, what we focus on is fallen likeness, fallenishness, or fallenish, something that is unique to Fallen. So we're providing diverse services. But the three basic contents, the services of Fallen, the membership, the core would be interactiveness, interaction, and spatial experience and contents. So before the corona pandemic, there was kinship and also mingling offline of our members. And also there was interaction among, in the chat room, online chat rooms, and even in the physical paper. We even had the memo space to communicate, so to give people the feeling that they were constantly communicating with Fallen. So these are the three focuses, or the services, the domain of services that we want to provide through our products. So we want to provide our users opportunities to gather at hip places, to mingle and exchange new and unique ideas. And when it comes to the physical paper, we consider that as space as well, a space in which you can communicate with the world and also with Fallen. So we are surrounded by the kind of services, each service that we are providing our members, but they fall into these three domains. And members, they don't just consume one of the products. They could subscribe to a paper, and they could network, or they could attend a seminar, both on and offline. So the readers that we are targeting, they have a versatile or diverse lifestyle. And so the products and services we offer needs to be in that lifestyle. So this is a new business that we are running, and we only have a very small team. and we are a small part of a big media group, but we are working very hard to provide all these services and make sure they're provided in a balanced way to fit the lifestyles of our members. We are not running producing video or audio services yet, but that is something that we are thinking of going forward. Okay, that is the story that I have prepared for today. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Please come back to your seat. And we have about 25 minutes left. I think we have more time than usual to field some of the questions that we could direct at each other or from the audience. Let me try give some questions to the last presentation. I think a lot of people would be interested in legacy media. But what are the weaknesses or pitfalls or disadvantages or demerits that you experience as a small team and small and almost independent team within a big legacy group? And that sentence, that expression of trying to find new value from legacy media, that is newspaper. You talked about that, and you said that you wanted to make it a hip experience for your users, and so I understood that. But could you talk a little bit more about that? How you are trying to create new value out of legacy media? So could you respond to these two questions, both to do with legacy media? The first question, so we are part of a legacy media group, but we are running a new business. But I think it is, this has to do with technology development. And I do believe that there is room for improvement when it comes to developing technologies so that we can continue to run this business within the legacy media group. So compared to other independent media startups, that is something that we lack in. The legacy media group might fall behind a little bit when it comes to developing new technologies, that is R&D.
들어와서 신규 사업을 진행하는 사람 입장에서 왜 우리가 가진 자산 중에서도 잘 활용할 수 있는 것들이 분명히 많을 것 같은데.
And I work within this media group, and I've always thought, why is it that we have so much assets and capabilities, but why aren't we utilizing this? Why aren't we realizing all our potential? And we thought that there is one capability that we have as an advantage. It's like a competitive edge that only we have compared to other independent media startups, and that would be newspapers. We are legacy media, so we have been running the newspaper business for a long time, and that can be a very good asset that we can make use of. But what we have is and legacy media, to them, it's an asset, and it is not just, it can be used as a means for networking, for providing new experiences. So there are some strengths in physical newspapers, even though a lot of the media companies are moving online, producing digital newspapers. But what the newspapers have the framework or the environment for producing newspapers, physical newspapers, have been established and fine-tuned for over a long period of time, and that is a strength through through which we can make a lot of versions and varieties. Yes, I agree with you that there is a invaluable accumulated experience, and maybe you and I expect that you will be able to make new versions of from and new versions of strengths or values from that. Moving on to the second question. Yes, the questions are for D Street, and you talked about how you want to to increase your membership. So my question has to do with your profit model and also the ways to attract more members. So what kind of challenges do you face in broadening your membership, and how are you going to make your profit model? Until now, we haven't been so active or aggressive in marketing so far, as I mentioned during the presentation. And we were concerned that by focusing on marketing and focusing on new areas, we might lose existing members or existing users. But then we became more and more convinced that those users who are interested in fintech and other financial and investment matters would be the audience that we should be targeting. And so we made and the marketing will be making use of the information and profiling of our existing audience. Well, like you use the word target, the target audience. And you said that in your presentation that more than about 50% of your audience, they are interested in reinvestment and investing their wealth. That's quite a sad fact. So how do you profile your audience? Well, from their people who are teenagers all the way to those in their 60s, I don't think we can cover all the age segments. So we have a very useful technology. So we are at a dilemma. Should we be using this technology vis-a-vis just this small group of people who are interested in finances and reinvestment? That is a dilemma that we are still grappling with. If you can find out what people are interested in, then you can use that to create even more value. For example, like keywords are used by big media companies to use that and articles are written and broadcast around keywords, popular keywords. So do you have any other services based on keywords that you are thinking of? Yes, that's one idea. And we want to help our members think of new ideas or new keywords that they had not thought of before. That would be one way to help our members. So in that way, we can help our users and members expand their interests through recommendation. And well, if the keywords are too narrow, then sometimes we can group some similar keywords together and help our members create communities. And so users, they may have differing political views, and maybe we can make use of keywords to group people together. Still in the testing stage.
Now, moving on to publish. You gave us the example of token post. So the question is about token post. You gave us about a couple of cases as to illustrate your business. But could you give us detailed updates on those cases? Or could you give us insight into your plans for future collaboration with partners? You can ask for partners to join on this occasion. Yes, Token Post uses all versions. Token Post uses all versions of our CMS. There are a lot of different functions under CMS, and there are functions that are not utilized. Blockchain news, coding world news, these media companies use ours as a general model. The key point that we're striving for is blockchain functions. So a typical CMS could be customized for media companies, and they're all very well realized and implemented. But we differentiate with those services because we focus on enhancing trust in the media companies and the journalist articles, and we want to match more easily the readers with the articles and the media company to enhance loyalty. So we gave a lot of thought into how to bring that about as the public authentication system and the reward system. So if this scheme is accommodated by a lot of media companies, a natural ecosystem could be built, and that eventually the value of that will be eventually relayed to the readerships. And to that end, we build the API service. We do offer CMS functions, but many media companies, if they want to introduce our CMS system, they would have to do away with their legacy system and introduce a new uh, system altogether. And it's not easy to make modifications or upgrades to their existing CMS. And for the middle-sized companies, they're sending it to Naver and other platforms. So if they change their CMS, they'd have to reapply to Naver, and that is causing a lot of concerns for these middle or smaller-sized media companies. So to those companies, we are offering API services to accommodate those concerns. That is why we launched the service. So reward systems, public authentication systems, and other sophisticated functions, big data, AI. There are a lot of technologies and services that we could offer to the media companies through API to innovate their organizations. And we hope the media companies and their journalists could grow into more competitive and stronger organizations. As an overall replacement of a CMS is realistically difficult. That is why your company is offering API services to the media companies. Then, as a legacy media company in operating their existing CMS, if they want to add token post systems to their publication, is there any customizing issue along this path? Well, I'm not a tech expert on this, but I understand it is a very simple process. On each of the platforms, you could enter our script very simply for communication. So when it comes to development or implementation, I heard that there are no technical difficulties. Well, I hope to see more of such cases. But technical connection, API, that's natural, that's not rocket science. But in reality, the CMS base of existing media companies, if they were to join with Publish, what sort of value or benefits would they be able to garner from that? I think some collaborative models out of this can come for future reference. Another question has to do with future growth potential. We understand their technology is excellent. What are you striving for? There's the issue of trust and other important keywords. Given Korean media environment, we understand what sort of media startups that the market requires. But in order for these startups to continue to grow in the market in future years, you would need a very competitive growth strategy. You talked about B2B programs in your presentation and your profit structure, growth strategies. Could you touch upon these topics now? As the model that we're aiming for is actually very grandiose. So many people ask, so this, and this, how are you going to do all of that? But, well, we consider CMS to be the heart of our business. We will continue to expand this to create a media company ecosystem. As you know, Facebook, based upon a huge user base and advertising system, create a big ecosystem. So we want each of the media companies here in Korea to create their own smaller ecosystem, connect them together to create a larger ecosystem. And we are progressing on that front on a phase-out basis. The CMS technology will be delivered to the media companies for further growth, and the advertising system that media companies utilize. The smaller companies, they use Google AdSense, but AdSense is actually a low-level advertisements that they deal with. So the smaller companies, in order to build a stronger or more robust advertisement system and to generate more profits from advertising, then that cost could be funneled into innovating and strengthening their prowess on different fronts. Then their media organization will become more journalistic oriented, and the essence of this is a token and the reward system. So those are part of the larger ecosystem. As Kakao has Kakao Pay and Kakao Money to settlements or make transactions, we believe that this can help media companies to create a bespoke advertisement system to create the type of ecosystem that will be of help to them. So I believe that this would be all conducive to future growth for both parties. Yes, as Professor I gave you the earlier question because the keyword advertisement makes everybody quite sensitive to this issue because connecting to CMS, there may be a little resistance or qualms about doing that. But advertising systems, distribution of profits from advertisements, there may be current modus operandi in place or your future goals, your vision going ahead, and blockchain being conducive to trust and transparency. That's all positive. But bringing that all together with the existing legacy system, I'm sure there are a lot of challenges and issues to address prior to future transformation. So I believe that further discourse will be required and ad published. I'm sure you've thought about this. And the discussion and further thought into this topic, I believe, should continue to come up with more concrete solutions. And there's another question from the audience. We asked about revenue and operating profit, your prospects. You've been in operation for a few months. Given your past record, how would you make estimations as to your future revenues and operating profit?
Currently, we're not focusing on expanding revenue, but on expanding our users. So once we reach our target of 50,000, then we will think of business models for B2B as well as B2C. So right now, we're not making any estimates or forecasts on our revenue. So we'll be testing our profit-making models in the future. But I think it's too early to make an estimate or forecast our revenue because that's not what we're focusing on right now. Yes, hopefully I think that would that will it will you will be able to reach your goal. I think it was encouragement from the viewers and hope that you will grow in that direction. I have the last question for Fallen before we wrap up. You want to expand your membership, and you have talked about how expanding membership has connected to more profits or more revenue. And you have talked about how you prioritize retention. You want to retain the loyalty of your subscribers. So in that regard, what do you think were some of the most important things that we have to keep in mind in maintaining loyalty and retaining membership? So is there a good ROI? Are you able to rationalize all the investments that you have made with your profits? And does this have good prospects for the future? Well, it's been about 2 years, and the membership services are coming up with quite meaningful indexes. And so we are a new group, a new team within the group, and a new business. So if our membership services continue to grow, and B2B projects and collaboration proposals are coming in, and we want to make decisions on whether to accept such proposals depending on whether the project is unique to us or will enhance our uniqueness. But there are times when we don't have the suitable manpower or human resources to respond to that proposal. But I think all these proposals are a good signal that despite our despite the absence of efforts on our part for marketing, businesses are coming to us because they have heard of our success. And after we had transitioned to a membership system, we have seen many people who are willing to pay. Our existing users are willing to stay on as members and pay even more. So we can continue to step up and get them to open up their wallets. And so I believe that our revenue stream and base is quite stable in going forward. Yes, thank you. I'm very happy that you are optimistic about the future, especially when it comes to revenue growth and business growth. So you have heard very concrete cases of media startups and their prospects for the future. So I believe that it is quite a meaningful session that we held. In this, thinking of the theme of this year's media journalism conference, linking the world with journalism, I believe that journalism can play the enthusiasm and passion of media startups will be very good fuel for getting journalism and the world to connect with one another. So with that, I would like to wrap up. Shall we give each other a round of applause as we wrap up this session? Yes, thank you. So
This was a special session on media startup cases. We've looked at the current status, the current situation of Korean venture startups in the media sector. It was a very enlightening session. We thank all of the participants, those on and offline. Then at 4 o'clock, in a short while, we will begin with the final session for today. I'll see you in a moment.
Hello, my name is Yang Yongin from KBS. I'll be the MC. I'm the MC for the KPF Journalism Conference. We will now begin session 4 of the conference. And the topic for session 4 is reader community and participation. We will be connecting with some of the presenters through via online. And the moderator for session 4 is Mr. Kim Chun-sik, Professor Kim Chun-sik, professor of the Department of Media and Communication of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Professor Kim has served as the 46th chairman of the Korean Society for Journalism and Communication Studies and is the dean of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies Graduate School of Politics, Government, and Communication. And the first presentation will be made by Jin Mi-jung. Actually, we had scheduled Mr. Jill Van Cole to give the first presentation, but we heard that it was confirmed that he was infected with the coronavirus, so we have replaced him with KFP, and so we have replaced him with Kim Mi-jung. And the second presentation is entitled Reader First Strategy and Sustainable News Ecosystem Model. From Media Today, Mr. Lee Jong-hwan has a 21-year career as a journalist, and he worked at monthly current affairs magazine Discourse. Since he joined Media Today in 2007, his reporting has focused on economic issues and digital platforms. The third presentation will be made by Mr. Yoo Lee-gun from the Media Strategy Director of the Hankyoreh. He is the head of the media strategy team, and he has served as editor-in-chief of Hankyoreh 21. Since joining Hankyoreh in 2000, he has been pursuing a combination of economy and investigation by serving as a single-person investigation unit, the head of the investigation journalism desk, and an editor of Discover until 2018. And we will invite two panelists to join the discussion, Mr. Park Tae-yong and Ms. Yang Jong-ae. Mr. Park Tae-yong is a leader of the new media strategy team at Media Foundation TBS. And Ms. Yang Jong-ae is a senior researcher of the Media Research Center of KPF. After the two discussants have provided their comments, we will have a general discussion session to wrap up session 4. Let me turn over the microphone to the moderator, Professor Kim Chun-sik. Hello, my name is Kim Chun-sik. I'm from the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. I'm very happy to meet all of you. The topic that we'll be dealing with is quite a hot issue these days in the media ecosystem. I believe that one of the most important components would be the participation of readers. Even in the news ecosystem of the past, the relationship between the journalism and the readership was a hierarchical one and a one-way relationship. But right now, participatory journalism and also audiences and readers participating in the process of news creation of journalism is something that has become much more important, especially in regaining the public trust in journalism. We have three people lined up for the presentation. I will give about 20 to 25 minutes each to the presenters, and then we'll hear from the discussants. We'll start with Ms. Jin Mi-jung, and the presentation is entitled Building a Community, a Reader Community. Hello, Dr. Jin Mi-jung. I'll hand over the microphone to you, building a new trust relationship between media and the audience.
Good afternoon. My name is Min Jung-jin from Korea Press Foundation. As you were just informed, the presentation was originally scheduled to be delivered by the head of the Readers Department at Le Monde, Jill Van Cote. But we were contacted a few days ago that she's been confirmed with COVID-19 infection, so she's now hospitalized. So it's very unfortunate. But that again reminds us of why we are forced to host such conferences in virtual format as a webinar. So I wasn't the original presenter, it was Van Cote. So I had to rush into reading the material and preparing this presentation. So my presentation may not be entirely smooth, but I did communicate with Jill, and based on what I heard from Jill and what I have as part of my data, I have put together something. So please bear with me. Okay, so here we go. Now, Le Monde, I don't think it requires an explanation. The Guardian, New York Times, Le Monde, they're all highly reputed global newspapers or media companies. And Le Monde in particular is noted for maintaining excellent relationship with the readership and creating a community with its reader base. And there's actually a position within the company that does this. It's known as a médiateur. Now, Jill is actually a médiateur at Le Monde. That is why I asked Jill to join this conference. Anyhow, to give you an idea what a médiateur at Le Monde does, it in French means mediator, similar to what an ombudsman does. The history goes back to the 1990s. His position was created in the 90s when the financial difficulty hit Le Monde, forcing the company to make a decision as to whether it would want to become a reference journal for political coverage or become a serious press or commercial press. And decided to become a reference journal for political coverage and created this position, mediator. Now, there was an article that talked about Jill Van Cote, which talked about her being appointed to the position. Now, this person was an editor-in-chief, so this person wanted to strengthen this function of a mediator within the media company. So all of this is intended to strengthen ties and relationship with the readers, as Le Monde in its article, notifying the readers of this new position has said. So this basically scrutinizes or monitors journalistic activities of Le Monde and offers advisory. And there may be feedback from the readers that should be delivered to the senior staff. And it also offers some operational guidelines and principles. And in order to enhance the sense of community, they organize talks or discussions with the readership in the form of Le Monde festivals or journalism festivals. There are a host of different events organized to this end. And there is an organization called the Le Monde Reader Association, which was actually created by readers so that they can contribute to enhancing the independence of Le Monde. So they are contributing to the independence of the news organization. Now, this is a poster of the Le Monde Festival, 2018-2019. Isn't it a pretty poster? So this event has been held until 2014, every year with the exception of this year due to, of course, COVID-19. Now, of the many different Le Monde festivals, I, by chance, went to the 2017 event. So let me explain to you what the 2017 Le Monde Festival was all about. The participating readers amounted to 25,000 people. They came together not just to engage in meetings, but also debates, to talk with one another, and stage various performances. And famous and important speakers also came together as part of this festival. And one notable discussion that I still remember today was something that Mr. Lawrence Lessig mentioned. He's a professor of law at the U.S. University. And Ms. Shireen Ebadi, of women's rights activists in Iran, and Catherine Viner, was editor-in-chief of The Guardian. Now, we had discussions with these people at that festival. And The Guardian, by the way, appointed a women editor-in-chief for the first time in its 194 years of history. And Catherine Viner was known to advocate the role of media in a post-truth era, and her presentation was actually quite impressive. And I took a picture on the spot. I was not able to take pictures during the discussion, so this was after the talks were over. And at this time, Ms. Catherine Viner was saying that due to algorithms, news and the element of truth is taking on new dimensions, and we need to seek out transformations. Her discussions and presentations were indeed very meaningful and still impressive as I remember today. And in 2019, there was a Le Monde Festival in Paris and also in Montreal as well. So it's not just in Paris that Le Monde organizes festivals. They do that in many other cities worldwide. And in the 2019 Le Monde Festival, during the festival week, there was a dialogue with the editorial department, and I, again by chance, was there in Paris and took part in this event. So it was indeed a very meaningful event for me personally. Now, why were these people seeking to create such a strong readership community? That was a big question in my mind. And I remember that there was a young person, a lady sitting next to me, and I asked her why she reads Le Monde. And she answered this: Le Monde goes beyond delivering information to its readers. It seems to make a lot of effort to deliver the meaning underlying those stories, underlying that news. So as part of the community, readers wanted to do something for Le Monde, and Le Monde was, and the readers were asking the editorial department to give them an opportunity to make this contribution. So that was something that was very impressive in my mind at that time. And there are other types of festivals. There are journalism international festivals. The title is international, but it's not exactly international. In the month of July, this event is held at a small town in the southern part of France. And as you can see in this photo, people are all dressed in comfortable clothing, and they casually enjoy discussing with each other, enjoy concerts. So they're studying and learning something while they are enjoying themselves. Now, this venue is actually a small town village next to a river. So, with a small population, it's an annual event. Now, this event had a positive impact on the town as well because it is becoming an important annual event for the town. Concerts are held, as I mentioned, and exhibitions are held. Visitors watch documentaries and view films together. So it's not a simple exchange among readers. It is a warm, emotional, human-oriented exchange. So it's not like a rigid conference in which people come together for that purpose, only deliver presentations and then leave. The people here come together to eat, dine, talk with each other, and enjoy themselves. And another notable feature was that their families who visit. Parents bring their children here, and the children can also read newspapers or make newspapers on this festival, and then they sell the newspapers that these little children have created. So the buyers of this newspaper, of course, the parents of the children. So journalism, education, you see that happening on the spot, and you see media literacy education happening at the festival, targeting the young visiting children. And you probably heard from the news today that there's tremendous number of deaths coming from COVID-19, and there is a massive lockdown in the month of March and April, and many people were forced to stay at home. And the staff at Le Monde felt that they had to reach out closer to the readers and wanted to strengthen relationships with the readership and made various different efforts. And one of those efforts included remote meetings using Zoom. The readers were allowed to ask questions concerning COVID-19. And Joe Van Cote is a person on the bottom left. He arranged this meeting, brought together pandemic experts among the reporters at Le Monde, and engaged the readers in a remote conference. And there's also live broadcast inviting the readership to join. The title in French is Nos vies confinées. So it is a live broadcast program. With the lockdown and as people were not able to get outside, the readers were getting stir crazy, and Le Monde was thinking about ways to help the readers and came up with this idea, this live broadcast, to help the readers to enjoy their life at home. And they offer counseling from experts on how to enjoy their stay at home. And I understand that many people visited this live broadcast site, about 72,000 people a day, and participated in this counseling program for about 15 to 20 minutes per session. So this was actually popular among the readers. Le Monde also created a new subscription model. You notice that paying subscribers to Le Monde grew in number recently. Previously, the subscription model was pretty much uniform, it was same for all the different readers. But recently, they created a new subscription model that is more customized because not every reader has the same demands or needs for subscription. So they wanted to accommodate the different demands and requests of the reader base. There are 4 different models: essential models, integral model. It's hard to see from here. What is it? Premium model. And there's digital subscription and paper subscriptions that are bundled together. So there are models for one person to use and also models for 2 or 3 people to use as a group. So you have these different bespoke subscription models for different reader segments. Le Monde has organized this table to give readers greater details on the subscription model. There's theme-based news and also Le Monde game subscriptions. And there's also event invitations given by Le Monde. So this is another interesting subscription model offered. So these subscription models, well, what you see here, well, in the past, one was able to select a monthly subscription, and the reader were not able to decide on how much of the paper to read. But this allows readers to click on the unit of subscription, whether it's a weekly, monthly, or yearly. And as a result, annual subscriptions grew by about 14 to 15%. So number of subscribers for Le Monde grew significantly, as you can see in this chart. And recently, in July of 2020, the number grew to 400,000 because of the lockdown and the COVID-19 situation. The digital readers of media companies grew in number because of the unusual circumstances that we are in right now. However, if you look at the statistics and the growth of different media companies, you notice that Le Monde, compared to other media companies, saw a phenomenally larger growth in digital readership. And included in this growth include foreign readers and also young readers. They account for a significant portion of their reader base. Le Monde's target was 1 million digital readers by 2025, or just subscribers by 2025. It may sound like an ambitious target, but according to the editor-in-chief of Le Monde, it is said that given past growth trends, it is a doable target for sure. So these are some of the success factors behind the paying subscription system for digital news of Le Monde. I read in an article recently that quoted Jerome Svenoglu's words, the editor-in-chief. He says, "Who said journalism was dead or journalism is not dead? There's chance in journalism's quality." Now, this is what he said in an interview. So Le Monde today, in order to grow the number of digital subscribers, it is leveraging many different types of strategies and plans. For the young segments, Le Monde is trying to come up with storytelling strategies by servicing news through other SNS platforms like Snapchat and suspending production of valueless data information, taking bold steps to eliminate that. So compared to previous years, Le Monde is delivering higher quality information to its readers by reducing the production volume and enhancing the quality of that information. And since 2018, the number of articles or the volume of articles fell by 25%. But that same year, surprisingly, the number of subscribers grew in number. Now, this strategy has been adopted by other media companies as well. Guardian, for example, did that a few years ago as well. So as they reduced the volume, they saw an increase in subscribers. So there is really a wide range of very interesting, wise subscription models. The users have the liberty to pick any bespoke subscription packages that fit their needs. And there's also a video service that allows readers to share their everyday life and details of their lifestyle. So rather than approaching readers with a vague one-size-fits-all plan for readers, they come up with bespoke plans to really meet the demands of different customer segments. And there's an extensive archive since it is a traditional media company. They have outstanding brand value, able to offer three-dimensional services, and they're also able to create more trust by building relationships with the readers. That's another important success factor. The Le Monde festivals and the events are good examples of that. So Le Monde views its readers as not just their customers or readers, but they see them as part of a community to share details of their lives together. The new vision and goal of Le Monde was discussed in an interview with Mr. Jerome Vanoglo. So this is the new vision and goal of Le Monde. He says that by 2025, or by 2020, he wants Le Monde to be expressed in three words: journalism, independence, and trust. We notice that the word trust appears quite often when we discuss the future of journalism. So Mr. Finoglio said that in order to expand the readership for Le Monde, we need to build a trust-based relationship with the readers. So trust played a very important role in the successful growth in digital subscribers in recent years. And Le Monde, through the interview of Mr. Jerome Finoglio, exhibited great confidence in achieving its targets. And nuances, discourse, and good writing will be part of Le Monde's ecosystem. And we will have to wait and see whether these goals of Mr. Finoglio becomes a reality. And I, as a reader, personally, would anticipate this trend to come forth. We have a sprawl of different information channels today, and Le Monde, through strong communication with the reader base, is creating an effective readership community to build a sense of belonging. Now, the current circumstances, they don't have much of a choice because the advertising market is no longer working. And in Europe, for example, GAPA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, they account for about 80% of advertising profits. So the advertising market is no longer working. So they're left with no options. They have to write quality articles to increase the reader base and also the reader-based income. So it's an inevitable choice. So the business model for Le Monde, the subscription fee is 50%, advertisements and others account for the remainder. And what the people at Le Monde claim is that trust is a more important motivation rather than the information that is delivered through the articles. So being able to identify what the readers are interested in creating that into a structured discipline to create relevant contents. I believe that their strategy is very encouraging and impressive. And this is also part of their efforts to realize their philosophy of readers first. I say that content is king and engagement is queen. And today, it's both content and engagement. Both are of twin paramount importance. So, like Le Monde has done, it is important to establish positive relationships with the readers, to instill value to the behaviors and activities in dealing with the news. So rather than fumbling with an invisible public, the key operative word here would be to actively communicate with concrete readers to create a healthy news ecosystem. My presentation ends here. Thank you.
정말 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Jin.
르몽드 지난해
Dr. Jin has described to us example of Le Monde in France,
이루어지고 있는지를 설명을 해주셨습니다.
placing particular focus on how a readership community is being created. It's something new to us here in Korea, actually, because media companies, how much effort have been made to really understand the reader base. So that's something to reflect on. Okay, so next presentation is to deliver by Mr. Jung-Hwan Lee. Reader First Strategy and Sustainable News Ecosystem Model is the topic of the presentation. Thank you.
Hello. I'm the CEO of Media Today. My name is Lee Jong-hwan. Today I will be talking about the reader-first strategy and sustainable news ecosystem model. I'll be taking up 25 minutes of your time. This is a theme that I have been experimenting with and mulling over ever since I have started operating and managing Media Today. And so these contain the homework that I'm grappling with that keeps me awake at night, and also things that I want to share with you, things that I'm testing out. And so I hope that it will help you too. So this is the title of the presentation or the paper that I have prepared. First of all, there is the paywall, the news paywall, the Korean style of paywall. I have done studies of Le Monde and New York Times and all that, and I can actually present all those case studies, but I want to focus on Korea and what would be suitable for Korea. And so in the past, we were wondering whether this would be possible, but now we have come to the state where this is no longer a choice. We have no choice but to focus on this, to move to a subscription model with paywalls. So today I will be talking about all these points. This will be the outline of my presentation. And this is the prerequisite that journalism is a public good, and that our articles have to be read by as many people as possible. And this reader-first strategy does not mean that we will pander to the wishes of our readers. And we will not be compromising on the principles of journalism. We want to create an environment and a model where we fit and produce news that are interested in, and we match our work and supply with the demands of the readers. And so these are the things that issues that we're grappling with. And what would be why paywall? Why a subscription economy? Because this will be the engine of our growth in the future. And this is a possible model. It is a realizable model, and it has to do with our philosophy and principles. And the three key words for the subscription economy is that it has to be a repeatable profit, and we have to analyze the behavior of our readers. In 2018, Media Today created something called Mio Friends, Mio of Media Today. It was quite a corny character, and it was a flop. Why did it fail? because it did not have a subscription model, and it was a target of the skepticism and also powerlessness of journalists. So it did not even win the interests of the journalists themselves. And I was a journalist back then myself. So this was the structure that we were used to. So if there is an online reader who comes onto our website, then we have to ask, is this a paid reader? If not, then if so, then you have to log in. And so if you are logged in, then we will show you the articles that we want. But these readers are one out of 1,000. So even if you are a registered user, sometimes you can't be bothered to log on, so you just log off and you move away to another website. So most of the articles remain unread online. So that's why Mio Friends, we had to terminate that business. So if you have that paywall, but you don't have readers who are willing to climb over that paywall, then what is on the other side of the paywall will remain inaccessible and unread by our readers. So what we missed out on when we were doing that Mio Friends project was that people could be bothered. They're not diligent enough to climb over the paywall, to log on, or to pay. So we have to provide incentives. Are there any articles that are valuable enough to readers to incentivize them to climb over the paywall? We missed out on asking these important questions. And the most important thing was that we had groundless confidence that we had the best contents and that people would be willing to pay for these contents. But that was not the case, and that's why we failed. So when we want to have a paywall and we want to benefit from the paywall, then we have to have information that the users want. And there has to be a loose community that is already formed. And we have to give people the impression that we have worthwhile contents, worthy contents that are worth their effort of logging on. And we have to enjoy the confidence and trust of the people, of the users. That is what we can gain from a paywall. But there are things that we can lose from having a paywall. We could lose out on our influence, and users could laugh at us and just turn away from us. And there could be increased discontent. And also, in a way, we could increase our own depression or sense of defeatism because whatever we produce is not worth paying for. We could get that impression, or we could learn such a defeatist attitude. So let me give you an analogy. Of a paywall. If you go over that paywall and you get on board a plane, then you will be served a meal that you can enjoy. In the same way, what we thought of was a freemium, the combination of free and premium. So if you look at the structure of the users, there are users of applications who only want to use free applications, and there are some people who are willing to pay, but that's only about 27%. The majority of people, they are willing to tolerate online ads and use free services. Then there is the metered paywall. Metered paywalls were experimented with, attempted by New York Times, but New York Times failed as well. They had a metered paywall called Time Select, where you are provided up to 5 articles free of charge, and then you have to pay to read further. So they gave up that business because it failed. And then a few years later on, in 2011, they started again. So back then, they said 20. Gave the limit. They raised the limit to 20 articles, so you can read 20 articles free of charge. And then if you go over that, then you have to pay. And they were able to collect enough of these members, and they then lowered that threshold from 20 to 10 to 5 to 2. And so they had a very elastic or flexible threshold. And so you read this. You have 3 articles remaining. Please subscribe in order to read more articles. So this, in that way, the flow of readers continued to evolve. This is the metered paywall. So by this, you're telling the message that you're giving the audience or your readers is that it's not like we won't show you our articles unless you pay. But you're giving them the impression that you are providing them with the privilege, a very premium service of reading articles for free before you start paying. So this is the strategy of subscription economy. You want to distinguish between registered users and subscribed users. There are registered users who are registered, but they can't be bothered to log on. But New York Times had the strategy of distinguishing between registered users and subscribed users and moving registered users to subscribed users. Our aim ultimately is to create enjoyable and good articles and also get influence. I believe that this greed for power, this need to have power, that is influence, should come naturally to journalists. That we want to expand our influence and share our thoughts with as many people as possible. For that to happen, we have to have a sustainable model, a sustainable business model. And so for that, we need the support and of our subscribers, our readers. So for that to happen, we have to create a worthy contents. This is something that I learned through my in my college years when I was learning neuroscience. So these are the parts of the brain that are activated when you are reading when you're listening to music. If you're familiar with a certain piece of music, then your brain gets excited even before the peak comes. So people who pay, they actually are more active in reading articles, and they visit you much more frequently. So that is in line with the aim that we have of getting as many readers as possible and keeping them loyal so that we can amass more influence. Tor Jacobson, this is a quote from Tor Jacobson. At the desk meetings, we focused on which kinds of articles attracted the most traffic. But right now, we have shifted our focus to which kind of articles would attract the most subscriptions. So back to Mio Friends, our flop. One of the problems that we came across was the payment process. There are still a lot of people who use the bank payment slips, and then so a lot of newspapers, they still send these kind of paper bills to their subscribers. And so why are you using this old-fashioned method? And the answer we got was that if you call up someone, your subscriber, and say your subscription is up, and so you have to please apply for a new subscription, then most of the time they will say they will stop subscribing. So that's why they send this bill, and there will be people who will actually take this bill to the bank and pay. But the problem with this payment method is that you don't know anything about your readers, your subscribers. Inisys is a automatic money transfer or subscription fee transfer system there are so many hurdles that we have to cross if we want to make use of that kind of automatic transfer system. So there are some media companies that still use the old method of using an Excel sheet, spreadsheet with a list of subscribers, but they don't know anything else about their subscriber. That is the problem. So this, the grounds for this kind of problem that we have, the cause is that we have Excel files that are all scattered all over the place, and our member database are not synchronized, and our payment system information and our customer information in our payment system and our PR system, they don't match. This is a problem that Wall Street Journal came across. Which kind of reader would be more willing and more possible of becoming a subscribed reader? There are two readers. One lives in the city and uses social media and reads news. And there's one other person who lives in the country and reads news, subscribes to the news. And after doing a lot of data analysis, they reached the conclusion that intentionality is something that's really important. The first reader just came across the articles coincidentally through SNS, whereas the reader from the country was actually very intentionally looking for the articles that he read, although he read fewer articles. So on a sliding scale of 0 to 100, using 60 indexes, there was this analysis of trying to figure out more information to about the readers. And so this kind of big data analysis is usually outsourced, not done directly by the media companies. So I think it is important that Korean media companies do this kind of work to find out more about the article, about your readers. This is something like predicting the weather or predicting whether it will rain or not. So it will be like groping in the dark at first, but you have to keep going at it until you know as much as possible, as much accurate data as possible about your readers. And so with that kind of database, accurate database of your readers, you start experimenting with many other things. Like, for example, a lot of the major media companies are experimenting with machine learning to glean more information out of their readers. So New York Times has something called Project Fields. So this is the advice of most of many experts. First is, and they say that you don't have to be afraid of the trials and errors, and it doesn't cost so much to gain this kind of data about your subscribers. So you have to, the end aim would be to profile your likely subscribers in order to have more targeted marketing. Poynter Institute said this: the current move to subscription models is a revolutionary shift for journalism. This is not about earning money. How should we strengthen our influence as journalists? This is not about making money. It is about expanding our influence and also streamlining and making more effective our business model and our media working environment and work process. This is a census survey that we did of the articles and number of views that increased. There were some issues, certain issues that caused the viewership to start up. And the corona bump was one very good example, a classical case of when people thirsted more for news. And this is an article that I read very closely from INMA about what it is that readers wanted to read about. And so the readers were categorized into addicted users and flyby readers and light readers and so on, and engaged readers. And actually, the number of engaged or addicted readers, they increased. They almost doubled. So there was this greater demand and more focused demand for news articles. So existing readers, 95 of the existing readers became addicted readers, but the remaining 5% were new readers, became addicted readers straight away, or enthusiastic engaged readers straight away. So this was an opportunity that we missed out on. When the demand is high, that is when we should be supplying what the people need. This is what you call the funnel strategy. So out of the total visitors, there will be some visitors who hit the paywall. So that's a very, very small proportion. But then you have to keep them in the funnel and keep them going into the funnel and narrow them down. This is a census survey that I did of the keywords, the search words that were most popular, the top ranking keywords on Naver. And the conclusion that I drew from this is that the focus of interest of people, of readers, was quite far apart from the focus of the news that we produce. The insight that I drew from this was that people don't seem to be very interested in news, or we don't have much interest in what our readers are interested in, and also what is traditionally called news and not news, that boundary seems to be blurring. So 17% of the popular keywords overlapped with the theme or the topic of the news that we produce. So the new articles that are most read would be the ones that have keywords that overlap with the popular search words or keywords of internet users. So I'm not saying that we should become more populist, but we have to be focused on this. And usually, the topics of interest of those in their 30s and 40s, that is most likely to become the topic of popular news. So the public have much more influence these days in agenda setting. And the influence of agenda setting of the once powerful media, the big media, is shrinking. So those in their 50s, 60s, they would usually search. Their most popular keyword was Chosun Daily. So these are the popular keywords according to each age group. And the insight that we can draw from this is that those in their 30s and 40s, they are the most powerful when it comes to agenda setting, and and most people are interested in news, more interested than we think. But the problem is that we are not producing the news that they are interested in. So what are the issues that those in their teens and 20s, that they are interested in? Can we just neglect them and put them aside because they're not interested in news anyway? Those are the things that we have to think about. Another theme that I want to share with you, topic that I want to share with you today, is the distinguishing between news flow readers and edition readers. News flow readers want continued updates, whereas edition readers want something that has a clear beginning and an ending. They prefer news packages, and they have a timed period in which a specific time when they want to read news. So most news flow readers, they want free news, and they read news much more frequently, and they browse that. Whereas edition readers, they read news more deeply, and they read for longer periods. The takeaway from this is that people are search for not just sensational or fun news, but news that they are interested in, news that they need. So in this age of news flow readers, what kind of editions do we want to offer, should we be offering to our readers? That is the question that we have to ask ourselves.
그리고 저희 회사도 그렇게 나타나는 것 같습니다만 데이터와 지표에 경기를 일으키는 그런 기사들도 많이 있습니다.
So we have to look back on ourselves and break away from the supply side, supplier-centered kind of work process, and we have to stop being so allergic to graphs and tables.
배송 끝나고 난 다음에 그 기사를 아마 당직 기자가 이제 한꺼번에 온라인에 보내는 것이죠.
I think this is something that even my newspaper has to think about.
여기서 과연 독자들의 선택을 받을까요?
Most of our online articles, there is a set time that where they are logged, they're uploaded online. But it is a time when most readers are asleep, or they will not be reading or logging on to read those news articles. So they fail to draw the attention of the most of our readers. So although the journalists would have written the articles thinking that they were part of the agenda setting process, that is not the case. They will be ignored largely by the readers. In the past, usually the influence, the market share of the media companies were about the same, and they wrote similar articles. But these days, there are niche media companies that target niche markets. So where are we positioned? We have to ask ourselves that. If we need to create new markets, but we are failing to do this. This is something that Thomas Begdal said. The way we think of the journalism works is different from the way the public, from reality. So this is what we want. There are like tens of thousands of pairs of shoes. So the problem is not that we don't have shoes. It's that we don't have shoes that fit. These are companies, media companies. They are not traditional companies, but they have a group of subscribed readers who are willing to pay for the contents that they offer. And this kind of subscriptions are growing. We don't need hundreds of newspapers. A lot of people are looking for that one newspaper that they're willing to pay to read. So we have to be that newspaper, work harder to be that newspaper. So most of the Koreans, the majority of Koreans, they don't log on directly to the online website of a media company. They usually visit the news portal, and but then there is hope, because a lot of the Koreans, they are willing to pay for to subscribe to a news outlet that provides them with news that they want to read. So this is the area of overlapping that we want to zoom into. So this is the blue circle is the interest of the media, and the yellow circle, the orange circle, is the interest of the public. We have to find that overlap, and we have to find that overlap also between among the digital contents and what the contents that people are willing to even pay for. This is another quote. We should always be trying to grow in an underlying way based on whatever is happening. We have to change our strategy. In a lot of media companies, there is the director of growth, the editor of growth, to focus on growing the subscribers. And that strategy has to be kept in mind even by the newsroom. And Mark Thompson said that there has to be a conveyor belt of improvement and ideas, and the battle is to become agile. You have to continue to change. You have to change constantly to fit the changing needs of the readers. Even New York Times went through so much trial and error before they settled on a model that could change again in the future. So you have to be able to swallow the fish in order to find subscribers and keep the subscribers. You have to continue to evolve your paywall, metered paywall, to induce them to revisit your site. So we have to produce these kinds of strategies to have a dynamic paywall, a flexible paywall, to encourage people to come back to your website, to read your articles. Sometimes readers, they want high quality articles, but then sometimes they also want something that is locally valid, something that is very uniquely local or specific to to the local community that they're living in. So that's something that we have to strike a balance with. So there is that dilemma of registration and subscription. If you focus on targeted marketing, there would be times when you would lose registered readers. And then if you focus on the registered readers, sometimes you could lose subscription readers. You have to strike that balance, and you have to be able to endure that dark tunnel before you start breaking even and the profits start coming in. You have to be able to compare properly user A and B and look at the point where the user changes into a subscribed reader. So most of the time, there is that hook that brings a user to your website, and then they start reading articles. But they read articles less and less often, and then there will be that close when the reader becomes a subscribed reader. So you have to understand that point and be able to predict that point, and make that reader an engaged reader and a subscribed reader. And ultimately, we're not Google, we're not Amazon, we're not New York Times, so we have to be able to focus on the Korean paywall that would fit the Korean environment and the Korean readers. And this kind of subscription strategy has to be part of decision making. And we have to change our mindset as well as our culture so that we can really transition to a subscription economy. Thank you very much for that, for listening. Yes, thank you. Although you went a bit over your time, the issues that you dealt with in your presentation was good food for thought, and they were very relevant issues. When Kim Mi-jung was talking about the Le Monde, he said that there are 400,000 readers at Le Monde. There are some newspaper companies in Korea that have that kind of readership too. But the journalism culture in Korea is quite different from that of advanced countries. Our subscription model comes from these differences, I think, and I think we need more in-depth debate as well as research into that. And we'll now move on to the last presentation.
To be delivered by Mr. Lee Gun-ryu of Hangul-raid on the topic of challenges encountered with the transition from subscription to sponsorship. Yes, I'm given 25 minutes, so I'll try to wrap up my presentation within that time frame. Mr. Lee gave a very passionate presentation. It was very interesting. So my presentation may sound a bit calmer than Mr. Lee's. The topic that I would like to address is titled Challenges Encountered During Transition from Subscription to Sponsorship. It's based on my real personal experience at Hangyeore, some of the real life challenges that I encountered working as a journalist at the newspaper. So I'm not here to present a vision or any solutions. I just want to share the trial and error, the efforts that I've made, the challenges that I've encountered. I'd like to toss around some questions first. In a digital media environment, do we understand our readers better than in the analog era? We have more readers, but less readers pay money for the subscriptions. And how important do we consider our readers? And there's technology, but are we using this technology to enhance communication with the readers? And in the digital sector, we see increasing investment, but technological tools, are they being used to increase the readership? Why is there very little synergy on this front? So we'll begin with these questions and then talk about subscription and sponsorship, and talk about some of the challenges that I encountered in trying to establish a relationship, newfound relationship with the readership. To ask for your understanding in that there are no agreed on definitions of subscriptions or sponsorship. I spent about 20 years as a journalist in the newspaper, and until about 3-4 years ago, readers were basically one of two. First, a reader that would cheer me like a cheerleader on a well-written article. And another reader type is one who would criticize my article because that reader does not agree with the contents of my article. So a teasing reader and a cheerleading reader. So these are the two types of readers that are embedded in my mind. And if you look at my CV as editor-in-chief of Hangyeore 21, because that experience was a valuable one that ultimately changed the way I think about readers. And I wanted to try out different ways of communicating with the readers over the past couple of years. Now, this is the outline of my talk today. Basically, three large areas: structural disruptor, downside rigidity of advertisement, and subscriptions. Now, Hangyeore newspaper, as you can see in the name of our company, it's a newspaper, paper format, and we can use about 5 aspects to explain about our relationship with the readers. And next portion will be about the sponsorship program, how we could realign our existing subscription basis to promote the sponsorship. And lastly, the conclusion. Well, as for structural disruptors, there are two items I want to talk about. One is the downside rigidity of advertisements. Apologize for the faint writing, faint text. Well, it says downside rigidity of advertisements, and there's a need to proactively reach out to the audience, including digital users. This need has diminished. We have to look at the trend in regular subscriptions. The number has fallen dramatically over the years, and as of 2019, about 6 out of 100 households read newspapers in their homes. Yet our revenue remains flat. So our revenue of 2010 has remained unchanged. We still see a miracle level of that revenue being retained this year as well. Because there's a structural reason that prohibits us from investing further in expanding this subscription reader base. And a second structural issue has to do with this. The ecosystem with portal on top. There's legacy media companies have fallen to a lower level, tantamount to becoming a subcontractor of the portal players. So in order to drive the system based on users, we need more investment because that investment was far lacking so far. And as you can see in this bar chart, many users of news use televisions and then internet portals. So newspapers as a source of news is actually a very small portion of the population. In this sense, legacy media companies has very little motivation or incentive to build a reader or user-friendly interface. This is a business model of a newspaper, and the greatest illusion, so to speak, in the subscription scheme is this: that we do not understand the readers any better than in the past under an analog environment. The online media is working to amalgamate greater reader data, but newspapers unfortunately have very scarce reader data, hardly usable. So our reader database, as was pointed out by an earlier presenters, it's very segregated. And the reader database that goes through the branches, that data is very unhelpful in maintaining relationships with the readers and managing customer relationships. It was in 2013, 2014, when we were celebrating the 25th anniversary of Hangare, we created a media group, TF, media group TF. I was part of that TF. The slogan was communicating Hangare. So we were trying to come up with specific strategies to communicate more effectively with the readers. One of the programs was named Hani Tok Tok, strengthening public editors. Hani Tok Tok, as you can see in this name, is real-time chatting with the readership. So we wanted to use this Guardian model, but we're not able to accommodate in our organization to make it a success. So Internet Hangare News offers open letter corners, and readers who participate in this corner would post reviews on our newspaper articles over a week or a month. So this corner is practically only one that still survives to this day. Other attempts that came out of as a result of ideas of the TF are all dead. So given the current database on readers and the current level of analytics conducted on the data, we have to say that we do not know our readers very well at all. And the next part has to do with access. Because we have more readers, but those paying readers have actually shrunken in number. Now, the readers of Hungary, well, this may be a trade secret, but the number of issuances is about 200,000. And Hungary readers cut across a broader spectrum. Those subscribing to Naver News channel is about 4 million. The largest subscription base is possessed by Naver, and YouTube channel, Hungary YouTube channel has about 400,000, and Facebook followers, another 400,000. So we have a lot of readers, but a very small portion of them are paying readers. In other words, those who pay a subscription fee for newspapers is only a minimal portion of our total reader base. Now, this Naver News Journal And here I said it was excessive. I talked about our readers first strategy. So this is 7 years ago when we were celebrating our 25th anniversary. Back then, our slogan then was the readers first strategy, but nothing has really become a pragmatic to do campaign. We need more space and more channels to communicate with our readers. That was the original plan, but it did not really fall through. And I had to envy other successful media companies. And I think those of you joining us online probably think the same thing, that we were not able to do that either. But when I was at Hangyeore, of course our media group is small. The weekly magazine of Hangyeore 21 is a small organization, but I was editor-in-chief. And since becoming a smaller organization in its nature, I was able to attempt more active communication with the sponsors, sponsoring readers, and use Kakao Talk, live chat apps to receive their feedback and actively communicate it with the readers. So if you were to further expand this to other organizations of our group, including the newspaper, the broadcast, and since our communication skills are campaigns at a legacy media is very minimal. I think if you were to ask all the media companies out there to raise their hands if they're doing a good job with this communication campaign with readers, I don't think many people will be actually raising their hands. So we're always yelling out readers first, but in reality, we're not doing a very good job. We're not getting good grades on our efforts. So this is what we look. We look at the numbers behind our readership, and we're checking it through PV and UVs, but in the digitally transformed environment, we're not able to gain accurate insight into our readers because the reader analytics is not very disciplined or systematic, and our readers, we know them as a group. We don't know the individual. In other words, reader A, reader B, reader C. We do not know the characteristics of features of individual readers. And there are no legacy media groups that invests to do this. And the next title says the surface. Now, with advances in technology, we have a lot of means and tools at our disposal. But have those contributed to better communication with the readers? I doubt not many media companies will give a positive answer to that because we have a lot of eggshells, but nothing inside those shells. It's empty. There's no yolk or no whites. So this is where we currently stand as media legacy media companies. Do we have the proper digital technology infrastructure in our legacy companies to accomplish these goals that we talked about? Well, in preparing the sponsorship scheme, we're working with the digital team, communicating and talking with them quite often. But I think that there's an internal enemy within us because the legacy team, the hierarchy is comprised of reporters, journalists, and they are practically majors and liberal arts, and they don't place a lot of emphasis on readers, channels, and analysis. This area is actually of greater interest by those who majored in the natural sciences or engineering disciplines. So because of this lack of knowledge by journalists on channels and analytics, and the force of habit and customs is too strong to bring about any significant visible change. So because of these structural reasons such as the ecosystem that subjects us to the portal-based ecosystem and low revenues coming from the paper media. On top of all of these structural issues, there are enemies within. Because nowhere in our organization is there a chief technology officer that deals with communications with readers and reader relationships. And in communication with the technology development team, there are a lot of challenges and problems on that front, given our past experience. And in the transition phase, as you can see in this slide, there is a big, thick wall in the middle. And the first person you see here is the CEO, Mr. Kim. His inauguratory speech, I don't think you can read the text here, but what he basically said was this, Mr. Kim, when he became the head of Hungary, suggested sponsorship as the new vision for Hungary. Now, the sponsorship is not the sole business model for profit generating for Hungary, but sponsorship is somewhat inevitable given the digital environment. We wanted to make Hungary a technology organization and create high quality content using the technology and create the editorials and newsroom, integrated the two sub-departments into a digital newsroom. So given the strategic direction and goal presented by our CEO, I am the head of the strategy and sponsorship program team leader. So this is an important starting point of the transition phase of Hangyeore. And before I go into details on that, there are some campaigns that we have attempted at Hangyeore Group. We did not just rely on newspaper subscriptions for income, because even long term, the profits coming from readers may be derived from paid contents, but because of the various structural obstacles that I talked about, the channel that we decided to go with was the post-consumption sponsorship scheme. We call it article sponsorship program. So it isn't a front page campaign that we carry out. There's a small text at the bottom of the article that solicits sponsorship participation by patrons and readers out there. And when it was editor-in-chief at Hungary 21, this is the media sponsorship campaign that I initiated in my position. Anonymous sponsorship was a notable pillar feature of our sponsorship scheme. We could enhance convenience in the sponsorship using our technology, but getting feedback and relationships with the sponsoring patron, we did not go after that. Our long-term vision was lacking. The sponsorship campaign began as an experiment, so to speak, and as a result, the sponsor, the new patron, we had no way of knowing what that person looked like. And the sponsorship model of Hungary 21 had some shortcomings. Within Hungary Group, Hungary 21 is a weekly magazine, and it is not being supported at an enterprise-wide level. And over the past months, we accumulated a fund of about 100 million won, which is actually a very small amount. And while this volume in terms of value is quite big, but the number of sponsors is a mere 1,000, an embarrassing number to tell you about, frankly. So we felt that it's important to accumulate and collect reader data and analyze them using an effective analytical tool. So the text here is too faint for you to read. I apologize, but we're seeing reduction in newspaper readers, but there's been a growth in digital users via YouTube, Facebook, and other SNS channels. There are new potential readers out there. Of course, they may not be willing to pay for news contents, but the potential readership can grow, and establishing relationships with these readership and engaging them, enhancing their loyalty to our media. These are all issues that we really did not think in great depth about. So this transformation to a sponsorship system targeted at subscribers, digital users, and the shareholders of Hangyeore. There are about 700,000 shareholders of the Hangyeore Group, and other members of the interest groups will become potential sponsors, and these new relationships with these new potential sponsors is where we're at present in terms of our sponsorship scheme. There's no need to go into detail in describing the importance of the audience. Engagement, the participation by the audience is a prerequisite for the sponsorship scheme to succeed. But there are challenges. The impact, trust, the fall in social value of Hangare. There are a lot of negative downside elements that pose a risk to our implementation of the sponsorship program. So we're taking on a rather precautious, prudent approach to secure more patrons to join our sponsorship program. We have about, I think, 5 minutes left, so I'll try to be more concise. I like to emphasize our reader data collection and analytical tool. It's an important part of our transition to a subscription sponsorship system from our subscription base. Our user data was not managed in a disciplined and organized manner. There was no long-term vision on that. And combining that with the business model to manage our readers, well, this topic was always second nature, put on the back burner compared to advertisements. So this database on our readers in the course of shifting to a sponsorship scheme will take more advantage of the DB data and analyze our readership in terms of their status as shareholders or patrons, but the current tools are not sufficient to attain accurate insight into who our sponsors are. So systematic and disciplined amalgamation of sponsored data is an important part. And what we have to do is actually quite clear, and the technological homework is clearly cut off for us. And we're developing a tool called a sponsorship analysis tool. And as a previous presenter has mentioned, we can begin with a dashboard of this kind. It's one page of many pages in the program. The channel through which sponsors sponsor our articles, so what sort of contents were most visited by our sponsors, and which particular type of articles do these sponsors like or tend to sponsor. So we use this tool to analyze different parameters of this sponsorship. So we're in the process of developing this further. There are limits to Google Analytics because we only get insight into the readers as a group. We cannot get detailed individual information of specific sponsors. So we need a system that can analyze the individual features and characteristics of every single sponsor. So we're working on this. It's in progress, and at the same time, we're developing this Hangare sponsorship dashboard that you just saw. So at the end of the day, bespoke audience services is an important mission for us. We need analyze data and accumulate that data. So the target, why we need to do that is clear, but the process of doing that is not an easy task. The digital news consumers, digital users, to convert them to our members, and those people are encouraged to sponsor us, and those patrons will be urged to become regular sponsors, and this regular sponsorship is encouraged to last for a longer period, and our key product contents will be delivered to them and promote them as bespoke contents for these sponsors, and they'll be able to respond and give us feedback on a customized basis. Now, the objectives are clear, but I think it'll take us quite a bit of a time to realize these objectives. And strengthening communication with our sponsors, we did not emphasize this. It's obviously very paramount. And was at the TF at Hungary 21, I talked to you about the failure of 7, 8 years ago with communicating with our readers. So I have a lot of my plate to deal with when it comes to communicating with their sponsors. A Hangul Festival and other relationship-oriented events, we could plan and organize those. But in the immediate run, the journalists producing the news articles, the sponsors, and the shareholders, other readers, we believe that we should engage in more meetings with these stakeholders and to deliver content through our newsletters and to offer a lot of benefits in various forms to our sponsorship base. But we're still working on this. Our ideas have not fully ripened yet, so it's work in progress. Last but not least, as digital communicator, I'd like to emphasize the need to become effective digital communicators.
그 구축을 저희가 디지털 퍼스트 전략을 하면서 너무
In implementing digital first strategy, we're having a lot of difficulty in building a digital infrastructure. A third-party organization has assessed our digital infrastructure, and out of total score of 5, we got 2.
생산하는 그 기업들 같은
Compared to
경우에
the companies that produce the contents,
레벨 3, 4까지 가야
they get about
기업들 같은 경우는
3 or 4 out of a total score of 5. And those companies in advanced markets, they're given a score of 5. But we are still at our fledgling stage in terms of the level of sophistication of our digital infrastructure. But we're using this, trying to confront and overcome the challenges to become effective digital communicators
그런 것처럼 디지털 그런
as part of the
부분만으로는
sponsorship
잘안 돼요.
scheme
사실
because communicating is very difficult for our team. And I myself was a liberal arts major, and we're not able to quite understand the
대부분의 이제
workings of the digital experts. And when the editorial team was being digitalized, there's been changes to the editorial pages and also new services that are launched for specific events like presidential elections and whatnot. We have to customize those pages. And digital personnel that are also coming into this new transformation phase. But we are just one of them, and we're not taking an active position. And when we create an idea and give it to the development team would say after 2 or 3 months and say that it's not possible, it's not done. And if this experience of failure repeats themselves and they feel that they have never successfully developed anything, then that is actually very discouraging. And also the developers, they give us very unpractical or unrealistic demands. So there's a lot of mutual mistrust between the teams. So we believe that there's a grave need for effective communicators, whether it's data journalism or analytical tools. We need effective mediator or communicators that have expertise in these areas to facilitate communication between different nodes in our organization. We need to increase the staff number in these areas, and whatever form, we need to invest more. Otherwise, it will be difficult to come up with a single channel of communication for effectiveness. If you look at our human makeup, it's very unique. We have marketing majors, newspaper designers, UX designers, the planning team, the developer organization. There are full-time employees and confront many challenges in the digital environment, and they actually contribute a lot. We get a lot of help from them, and a lot of the initial mistrust is being allayed. So I told one of my senior staff that you are becoming a pro-digital journalist. So we're trying to do away with this mistrust, and I myself was working to build greater trust with the other departments, the developers, the engineers within our organization to communicate more effectively. So what I've discussed so far isn't something very novel or grandiose. I just wanted to emphasize it's important to understand in greater depth our leadership by means of more effective communications. It's common knowledge and data collection and analysis. The objective of that effort should be clarified from the very outset. so that the distributed data, whether it's being used for marketing, sponsorship, or fee-based contents, this scattered data will not be of help at all. So we need to create a structure for the data and invest with a long-term perspective. And collaboration in the digital environment should also be improved so that we'll be able to all work together under one roof with the same sense of purpose. So we need to improve the quality of communication with the full-time employees to understand the language of one another, uh, to reduce the gap in the direction that each team or individual is striving to head toward. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Yes, Mr. Liu has described the case of Hangyeol newspaper and described the reader sponsorship model. I meet a lot of reporters myself, and when I meet them, they tend to talk about their interviewees or the informants. They don't really talk about readers. So on another occasion, maybe I'll talk about the readers when I meet future reporters. We have about 20 minutes left on the clock. We wanted to have a 10-minute panel discussion and then move on to online discussions. But because of time constraints, we will have a panel input time for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then move on to receive questions from our online participants.
The two panelists, let me introduce them. From the news media strategy of the team of the Media Foundation, TBS, we have Park Tae-yong. Hello. We have also Yang Jong-e, senior researcher with KPF. So let's invite Mr. Park Tae-yong to give his comments first. Can you hear my voice? Let's do a short test. Thank you very much. Thank you. I enjoyed all three presentations by Dr. Jin Mi-jung. You talked about the Le Monde's efforts to meet its readers. When I was at News Tapa, I was engaged in the same efforts, and I think focus and selection is very important because you have limited resources. So being more decisive, even though you are a big company with a lot of resources, it's very important to select and focus. And yes, readers should come first. So in that regard, the presentation was quite powerful. Yes, News Tapa have been grappling with the same issues. And also, Mr. Liu Yigen, it's good to meet you again. I don't know about whether you had it in your presentation, but I didn't see KPI that much. When you are talking about technology, I think tablet is well, attitude is the problem. The attitude of journalists or the media company in regarding its readers and the way and vice versa. I think that is an issue. I have been through three kinds of models. I've been working in a media company where the financial support from the readers was very important. And then I was at a place where the business model was based on a subscription. And now I work for a publicly funded media company. And the breadth and depth of the relationship that the media can have with its readers will depend on the business model. But right now, including many media companies, including New York Times, is seeing the decrease in the advertising revenue. It was in 2012 when News Tapa was started off as on its subscriber support model, and many people were skeptical about News Tapa's sustainability. So it means that the journalists did not trust the readers. But now News Tapa was able to survive, and it now has physical space, and it is being benchmarked not only by national, local media, but by foreign media as well. And that would be my second job place. And News Tapa does not have any does not do any advertising. In order to be the check and balance against and also to monitor and be the watchdog of the political and economically powerful, we did not depend on advertising revenue, and we were very, very concerned about the faithfulness or loyalty of our readers. But then if we rose to the occasion and we fulfilled the expectations of our readers, and we were critical of the government and those in power, the more loyal and more supportive our readers were. So it was so we found solution in that way. And we did surveys about the reason for people willing to support News Tapa's news articles, and it was because most of the readers said that they felt sorry, they were apologetic, and that has to accumulate enough for them to be willing to really financially support our News Tapa, and there were a few peaks. Unique contents that only News Tapa could produce when there were political scandals by the former President Park Geun-hye, for example. So that in that way we produced news that our readers were really looking for, that was unique to News Tapa, that could not have been produced by any other media company. And we did a popular vote at the end of the year by among our readers to pick the reporters, our journalists. And in most of the time, journalist Choi Seung-ho was the top pick. So star journalists were important in the beginning to attract readers and to maintain their loyalty, but gradually they began to be interested in and continue to maintain their support for good quality articles. There were some ups and downs where people who were disappointed in our news articles or our news gist and position would leave. And News Tapa held events in order to get people to interact with our readers. To find out their needs, find out their interests, and also to communicate, try to see eye to eye, shake hands, take pictures together. And I think that kind of contact points are really important. And once or twice a year, I'm sure you've heard of it sometimes, we have current affairs documentary films that we produce ourselves, and we give out tickets for free to our readers and supporters. And we produce goods too, like calendars or mugs or T-shirts, goodies or freebies that we give to our supporters to make sure that they continue to remember and support News Tapa. And now moving on to my third place of work, TBS. TBS became independent of Seoul Metropolitan City and became an independent media group, and it is working as a public media, and it's working very hard to have a close relationship with its subscribers, who are taxpayers, actually, citizens. So we don't have a big budget when it comes to news production, but back during the general elections and the poll, those stuff we can't cover as extensively and as deeply as major media outlets. So we would give up on that. And we did a broadcast and exit poll. Was a low budget, but it was we garnered a lot of users, record viewers for that broadcast program of the exit poll on election day. And we also aired debates, TV debates, of course, in partnership with the Seoul government.
코로나 상황이라서 비대면으로 진행한 것이 좀 훨씬 자연스러웠고 저희들이 더
And it was held online because of the corona pandemic.
시민들 속으로 더 들어가야 되겠죠.
In order to maintain and enhance our independence from the government, then we'll have to become even closer to our audience, to our viewers. And in this online era, we are trying to develop more programs or ways for our audience to participate online through many different devices. And we are just in our beginning stages, so we don't know. But I can't. It's too early to say how far we will succeed. But right now, from what I've experienced so far, I believe that the relationship between the reader and the media company was the strongest for News Tapa. Because in News Tapa, the confidence that it enjoyed from its readers, that was the make or break. It could actually determine the very survival of the media companies. So that relationship was really unique and very close, and this trust, the relationship of trust with our readers, that is really something that we really have to focus on. And this has to be a two-way relationship. The journalists have to believe in the readers and vice versa. So that has been what I felt as I listened to the three presentations, and also I shared with you my experience working through three different media companies. Yes, thank you. The three companies that you worked with, based on your experience, you talked about the influence of the relationship that the media company has with its readers, how it influences its revenue and business model. And you said that the a relationship of trust can actually be the source of new viable alternatives. We'll move on to Ms. Yang Jung-hae.
Yes, good afternoon. Many people consider me a researcher of media, but I also do research on news users as well. So as a revenue model, profit model for media companies, I look at subscription models, membership models, sponsorship models. And I also did a relevant research project last year on paid content in terms of subscription and sponsorship schemes. And it just so happens that Mr. Liu of Hangyeore has just described to us about the sponsorship model that it is preparing. And as part of my research, an important case study is a case of Hangyeore. So it was very meaningful that I was able to collaborate with the members of Hangyeore in analyzing the subscription-based and sponsorship schemes. We conducted surveys on those loyal readers of Hangyeore. We did a focus group interview on this group. And as Dr. Junus mentioned, this is a case of Le Monde that has a very nice subscription system, and also the failure of Neo Chingu. We analyzed all of those, and Hangyeore is working to introduce a sponsorship model. So we'll focus on these cases and give you a summary of what I have to say. Well, you mentioned that we should not fumble with the invisible reader, but actually communicate with an individual reader to create a healthy ecosystem. That was the last comment you made towards the end. But I think you need to take into account that only a certain number of readers want to express their voices or are vocal.
기부를 안에 이제
I
세웠다고
understand there's a
하더라고요.
new department within
그래서
한겨레
아마
to deal with reader analytics.
알고 있습니다.
So currently there's only a team leader, but I
나중에
think the
기부하는 것이
team will
그
be
독자들의
comprised of more
의견을
employees.
수렴해서
Now,
사용하는
this team
거라고 제가 얼마 전에 인터뷰를
monitors real-time
그렇게
reader
알고는
feedback,
댓글이라는 게
but that
중요한데
voice of the readers comes from comments that are posted and those who are vocal
그런 분들은
and really want their
그러니까 지금은
dissatisfactions known to the news company. And these readers
한다고 볼 수도
don't
있는데
represent the entire readership and they may not be willing to pay for their contents through
이런 것들에만 지나치게 반응하는
한겨레. And it's not very different from just responding to articles that have a lot of comments posted to it.
나중에
So
그런 의사가 충분히
I think we should focus on those readers, search out for those readers who are loyal, are willing to pay for any Hungary contents and services from a long-term perspective. I think that'll be of greater help in establishing your sponsorship
한겨레에서 실제로
program.
페이지
And we also created a banner in Hungary website,
기부자들이 거의 들어오지 않았어요.
but that was not successful. There were no users or readers that came onto the website of Hangare. We incorporated banners on the specific articles of Hangare. Now, those readers are not those who came through directly the Hangare website. They arrived at this article through portals and other social platforms, and those who weren't even not aware that they were Hangare articles. So in digital news environment here in Korea, there's an overdependency on portal news. It's a well-known fact by a lot of people. And those who come to visit the webpage of Hangyeore, that would indicate that the reader or the visitor is a highly loyal reader. But no media company has accurate details of the information on the readers that visit their sites, read their articles, come visit directly. And according to our survey, about 50% of the readers that we interviewed do visit the website. So we have to motivate and incentivize these people to log on directly to the website. That will be an important part of promoting the sponsorship scheme. And I think this is correlated with membership. Unless you sign up for membership, it's there are actually no way to get customer or reader data. But asking for readers to sign up or log on, it's a very tedious or cumbersome task. So we'll have to incentivize potential sponsors and readers to want to do that. So as a result of some of our interviews with readers, they seem to want some sort of reward. So they want differentiated exclusive rewards that sponsors are likely to enjoy. In other words, they don't want messy advertisements that they don't want to see when they're reading an article, and also rights given to sponsors to participate in major company events. And if you look at some portals today, there's only a one-time logon system. So unless you log out, you're always logged on constantly to utilize different services that the portal player applies. So a one-time login will be an important mechanism, and there are other ways to communicate with the readers. Mr. Lee did not go into details in the interest of time, but Mr. Liu has briefly mentioned email communications. So you can use email newsletters to communicate with the readers and create a section at the bottom of the newsletter to really engage the readers. And I think the legacy media groups can use this as reference. There are about 80,000 shareholders of Hangare. Of them, only 1,500 were asked to participate in the email newsletter because of personal information consent. For marketing, surveys, and interviews require prior consent. And if you join newsletter, it will be a channel for constant communications and dialogue with the readers. So this is an important option that you should consider. And in order to make a systematic and constant open channel for readers, as Dr. Jin has mentioned,
르몽드의 메디아
the
퇴비라는
case of Le Monde
그
gave us a lot of things to think about. The mediator is very much
권한이 활성화되는
similar to
가운데
the
특히
ombudsman
일종의
function
권한을
of the legacy media,
저장하고 있는
because
분인데
mediator basically is responsible for overall communication with the readers.
스폰서와도 통하는 채널,
And I think Hangare should have different communication channels for sponsors,
운영되는 기구도
or
있습니다.
Hungary currently has different communication channels with the sponsors, the shareholders. Unlike Le Monde, we need a single window of communication for integrate the communication process. And if you want sponsorships that's based on user-generated profit, you need more opportunity and windows to gather feedback and opinions from the readers. You've done a lot of research in overseas cases, but surveys and further research, I don't think you've done sufficient work on that front. So that is why I participated to collaborate with Hangare to carry out this
대상이다 보니까
survey and focus group interview. It was actually first
근데 그렇게 조사를
attempt at part of the research, and they wanted to ask everything all at once, but we can't do everything all at once, so we had to trim out some of the tasks that Hungary's team wanted to do. But these important points that I just mentioned, these are prerequisites in order for Hungary's sponsorship model to succeed in the future.
모시고 인터뷰를 진행했을 때
And
한겨레 분들도
upon interviews with the readers and members from Hungary did participate, and they were actually stunned to listen to what the readers or the potential sponsors have said. They don't consider it to be a donation. They want to participate in sponsorship
또
and get some sort of reward for their contributions.
기본적으로 거의 동일하게 받아들이고 있는 분들이 많았어요.
And they considered
사전에
sponsorship to be tantamount to becoming a fee-based content system. I think they were surprised. The reaction was one of shock because they were not able to communicate effectively with the readers before. So those readers that are not very critical of Hangare, they're quiet yet very loyal to Hangare, I think it would be very important and helpful for Hangare to come up with a
도움이 될 수 있기를 희망하면서 토론을
routine communication channel targeting this particular group of the readership. Now, thank you very much. You talked about the sponsorship model analysis. That is part of your research. While we were carrying out this session, a lot of questions from our YouTube participants have been posted, and those questions should be answered in a few minutes. I'd like to ask our panel members to answer briefly within a minute or a minute and a half. First, Dr. Jin. What is the difference in the sponsorship model between Korean media companies and Le Monde? And did the Le Monde model prove to be effective in, or the international community scheme help in increasing subscription? Well, the reader community, I believe, or I would assume, frankly, was of great help in increasing the reader subscription base, because the conversation and dialogue with readers, when I joined those events, I felt that, well, Le Monde was in a financial predicament at the time.
기자들이 주주였던 그런 독립 모델이었다.
It was an independent model initially
주주가 된 그런 상황.
with the reporters as shareholders, but then major shareholders took ownership over Le Monde.
모르는 상황에서 엄청나게 많은 그 주식을 체코의 에너지 사업가에게
There was a Czech energy business tycoon that became a major shareholder
당시 기자들이 한 400명
and leaving the reporters in the dark. And dozens of people at Le Monde were protesting against that covert transition of majority ownership. So I felt that the leaders at that time, when they joined the event of Le Monde, they not only just enjoyed the event, they were also critical of what Le Monde was actually doing. It was more an ambiguous relationship. When we asked the readers what they want Le Monde to do for them,
분위기 같은 것들이 상당히 좀 뭐랄까요, 감동적인
the ambiance or the sentiment at that event was actually very touching.
지위 그런
The status
재단의 형태로 바꾸는 노력을
of Le Monde
그런 독자들과 함께
is being transformed into one of a foundation-based structure together with the readers. So without this attempt,
필요가 아닌가 생각을 하고요.
a strong reader community would not have been established.
그런
And
힘들었을 때 수천 통의 메일이 오고 그러다 보면
in the past, when the newspaper was in difficulty, they received thousands of letters, but those feedback from the readership eventually led to subscriptions. So reader community, we don't have specific data as to how effective it was in expanding subscription, but it did contribute to protecting and safeguarding the value of Le Monde, and not to mention the great contributions made to securing journalistic independence. The next question goes to Mr. Lee.
The sense of belonging that readers can have about the readers community. How can the media company give that impression and provide that kind of sense of belonging? The media is not the only window through which the readers look at the world. We are one of many windows, but actually, in the same way as I am what I eat, readers can say I am what I read. By subscribing to a certain media outlet, how much does this constitute my identity? Readers always ask themselves that. So how can we provide readers with a sense of belonging? It is not just articles or contents, which was our traditional job. That's not what we are. That's not the only thing that we should be producing. We have to be able to provide them with a context or a frame through which people can look at the world. And so instead of keeping readers as bystanders or just on the receiving end of our products, we have to turn them into engaged readers and also participants and partners and collaborators. So we have to work with them, and actually what we have to sell is a relationship in order to enlarge our subscription, not just products, news products. And so we have to collaborate with them. 한겨레 21 also I think Mr. Lee Jong-hwan said that since there are diverse voices that readers can give you, what we need is to have a strong and stable relationship with the readers. Moving on to the third set of questions.
Is there a way to discern subscription and sponsorship? And this model, how would that have an impact on the journalistic model of 한겨레? Let me address the second question first. Now, sponsorship, what impact it would have in Hungarian journalism, it is an important key question for us internally as well. And I did not emphasize that during my presentation, but Hungary over the past 2-3 years experienced a lot of our readers leaving us because they were criticized for not being able to reflect their perspectives. So they're suspended their subscription. But there's also people on the other side that Hungary tends to represent a particular political party and they tend to criticize us. So there's a high level of fatigue within our organization, and they're concerned about unnecessary intervention by the readers. For media, attempting at fee-based contents, intervention from content users, and intervention from sponsors was not actually a reason behind the quality of journalism. Now, we are striving to establish sponsorship because we want to see feedback from our readers, and they could proactively express their intent to pay for the contents they would like to consume on our platform. So I believe that it is a virtuous cycle that we could strive for. So we don't have any serious concerns on that front. And the other question was whether it was difficult, easy to discern a subscriber and a sponsor. Within our conceptual chart at Hangyeoldae, there is a definition for subscriber, sponsor, and shareholder. Now, shareholder is part of our interest group who has shares in our company, and sponsors would incorporate users and members of our content, and well, that would be subscribers, and the sponsors or supporters will be those sponsoring Hangyeoldae 21. They're not anonymous sponsors. Their names are disclosed, intending to maintain long-term relationships as part of the sponsorship model. So they are an important part of the access of our model. And if you look at the top left corner of Hangul's website, it says sponsor, but there's also a banner that says subscribe. So we want to encompass all of this together into our readership. We may call them audience rather than readers. So that is an audience-based profit model. And this type of profit model based on readers, we hope to utilize that to surpass the advertisement-generated profit model. So the identity of the users may differ from segment to segment, but they're all part of our large conceptual chart and to establish relationships with these customers. Well, in my view, here in Korean society, it's difficult to discern the difference between sponsoring and subscribing. And as Mr. Lee mentioned, I think News Tapa is a typical sponsorship model because it's subsisting on sponsorship and it's been evaluated for its excellent quality. But there are differences definitely because the legacy media, they're big in size like a large corporate, and News Tapa is in terms of size like a team within a large company. And given the budget of a company, it's very difficult to come up with a single funnel of a profit structure. I pay for contents of Hangyeoldae myself and also read another newspaper, and I pay for that newspaper using my zero payment system. It's because of my affinity towards the traditional media forms, and I want to cheer them on. And in the course of listening to the presentations and discussions in this session, the readers should be able to feel that they have a role to play, that they can have an impact on what the media does, to reflect upon the values, the identity, and philosophy of the readers. They want that to be conveyed across to the media company, and maybe the sponsorship model can incorporate the society of the potential sponsors. We're in a transition stage here in Korean society, so we are encouraged to engage in greater discourse to come up with a well-working sponsorship model. So this concludes the schedule for day 2 of 2020 Journalism Conference. I'd like to thank all of our on and offline participants.
Tomorrow we will have 2 sessions and one special lecture prepared for tomorrow, and we'll be focusing on the on media education and media literacy, and there will be a special lecture by Professor Bernor. So please stay tuned for tomorrow as well. Thank you very much.